Hello everyone, you are listening Darkwood Tales podcast, and I am here to tell you true deep wood stories. Close your eyes and enjoy. I remember the stillness first, how the wind seemed to hold its breath, and even the trees, those towering black spires that had loomed over me all morning, suddenly stopped their gentle creaking, as if listening, or waiting, or recoiling. There was a kind of weight to it, not the usual hush of snowfall or the lull that sometimes came before a storm, but something far heavier, far more unnatural, like the silence that settles inside a sealed room where no one has spoken in years. A silence so complete it feels not like absence but presence, like a thing that watches with eyes you can't quite find. The smell came next, thick and metallic, like rusted nails buried in wet soil, mingled with the sharp bite of pine sap and the slow, sour rot of things long dead. It drifted from somewhere just ahead, beyond the crest of a shallow rise, where the spruce trees seemed to crowd in on each other more tightly than anywhere else along the trail. Their branches knotted and low like arms crossed in warning. The snow was thin here, as if something had warmed the ground enough to resist the cold, and I stepped carefully, each crunch of my boots swallowed quickly by the heavy air, my breath curling in front of me and hanging there longer than it should have, curling back toward my face like smoke pulled by some hidden draft. I didn't want to go forward. That's the truth. There was no sudden instinct, no rush of adrenaline, no voice whispering in my ear. It was worse than that. It was the complete lack of anything at all. The dull, hollow certainty that whatever was ahead wasn't meant to be found. But I'd come too far, and the last coordinates I'd marked lined up exactly with this spot, this small rise in the middle of the Denali wilderness, where no animal paths crisscrossed, where no birds sang, and where even the underbrush seemed brittle and afraid. I stepped over a tangle of roots and saw it. The tree had been massive once, a thick-bellied spruce, at least a century old, torn from the earth as if by the hand of a giant. Its roots splayed up toward the sky like the fingers of something drowning. The trunk lay cracked along the frozen ground, its exposed wood, the color of bone, pale and dry and clean, untouched by moss or snow, as though it had just fallen. Though the quiet hush of the place told me otherwise, the earth beneath the tree had ruptured, a wound gaping in the forest floor. And in that hollow space among the twisted roots, I saw the hand, not a full body, just the hand pale and mummified by cold and time, its fingers wrapped around something, clenched so tightly that the knuckles had burst open, revealing tendons dry as old rope and bones that glinted faintly in the thin light. My skin crawled as I crouched closer, feeling the cold rising off the disturbed ground like breath. I reached out, slowly, carefully, as if afraid I might wake it, and pried the object from its grip. It was a journal. The cover was cracked leather, stained dark in places where water or blood had soaked through, and the edges of the pages were warped, some sticking together like lips sealed by fear. I sat back on my heels, my gloves darkened now with dirt that smelled too sweet, too old. The wind hadn't picked up, but the trees swayed now, just slightly, as though sighing or shifting their weight to get a better view. I opened the journal. Most of the pages were filled with small, sharp handwriting, entries that grew more frantic as I flipped through, lines that slanted harder with each passing day, notes that started to reference things I didn't understand, red threads, whispering roots, the eye beneath, and a phrase repeated several times in shaky, circled script. Don't follow the vine trail. Then I found the final page. The ink was fresh, not wet, but recent enough that the black still looked alive, still bit deep into the fibers of the paper. The words were jagged, the letters trembling, and it read, "If you find this, don't follow the vine trail." And that was it. No period, no final thought, just a sudden stop, as though the writer had been pulled away mid-sentence. The pen dragged down the page in a sharp line that faded into nothing. There were smudges across the margin, brownish black and tacky when I touched them, the same color as the stain near the base of the spruce roots. I didn't realize I was holding my breath until the forest exhaled again, a gust of wind rushing down the hill hard enough to knock my hood back and rattle the journal in my hands. Something cracked behind me. A branch? But I didn't turn. I just stared at that last line, the ink of it blurring slightly in my vision, the sudden sting of cold tears on my cheeks that I couldn't explain. I don't know how long I sat there, but when I finally stood, the shadows had shifted. The trees leaned differently now, closer, or maybe just taller, their tips lost in the thickening fog that had begun to roll in from the north. The roots of the fallen spruce still jutted skyward, but now they reminded me of something else. A mouth opened in a scream, frozen in time, locked in place by the weight of the earth that no longer held it. I tucked the journal into my pack and turned on my recorder. My voice felt too loud in that place. Day 2. Reached GPS marker, found a body, partial remains, clutching a journal. Last entry ends mid-sentence, references something called the Vine Trail, will continue east. I clicked it off and turned away, but I didn't move yet. The wind had died again, and from somewhere just beneath my feet, I thought I heard a sound, soft, scraping, like roots shifting against stone, or something dragging itself slowly through dirt. I stepped back. The ground was trembling, just slightly, not like before, not like the earthquake. This was subtle, rhythmic, a pulsing beneath the soles of my boots, like a breath, like a heartbeat. The forest was listening again, and something under the earth was awake. The descent began with a whisper, not from the forest above, but from the cracked seam in the earth, where the roots of the great spruce once clung, thin, insistent, and oddly melodic, like the wind moving through hollow reeds. I couldn't tell if it came from below, or if the sound had settled into my mind like a thought I'd forgotten I was having. But it pulled at me all the same, a slow tug behind my ribs that made turning back feel not only unwise, but somehow forbidden, as if retreat itself would be seen and punished. I set a rope from a rock outcrop and lowered myself down the slope. Every step sinking slightly in the damp soil, my flashlight beam twitching against the narrow shaft walls like a breathless heartbeat. The tunnel wasn't natural. The sides were too smooth in places, worn down by more than time and erosion. There were grooves, not quite tool marks, but something more primitive, something dragged or scraped or pulled. Roots hung down around me like tendrils, some still slick with sap, others blackened and dry as if burned from within, and as I brushed against one, it gave a sudden jerk. Not enough to move, not enough to be certain, but enough to make me stop and stare into the dark for a long moment. The light caught on something further down, stone, flat and slick, with a faint shimmer beneath a skin of wet moss. The tunnel leveled into a small chamber, just high enough for me to stand, and I took a slow breath as I moved into it. The air thick here, earthy and damp, with a strange sweetness like spoiled fruit or crushed flowers left too long in the sun. My boots squelched against the floor, and I realized it wasn't just moss. It was a mat of old vines, pale and brittle in some places, pulsing faintly in others, as if alive. There were markings on the walls, not words, not really, just spirals, long vertical lines with branching hooks, symbols that reminded me vaguely of skeletal trees or veins or rivers mapped from above. Some had been carved deep into the stone, others painted in something dark and flaking. I reached out and ran a finger along one of the carvings, and for a moment I felt a jolt behind my eyes. Not pain exactly, but pressure, like my thoughts had been nudged. The journal shifted in my pack, as if reacting. I took it out. The leather was slick now, and warm, not from my body heat, but from something else entirely. It pulsed faintly in my hands, and when I flipped to that last page, the ink there seemed darker than I remembered. The final, broken line sinking deeper into the paper, its smudges now resembling fingers dragging down into the margins. I turned on my recorder. Again, still inside the rupture site, found a chamber with carvings, possible ritual symbols. The air is... I stopped. There was a sound behind me, slow, dragging, something moving across the vines. I spun around. Flashlight cutting a shaky arc across the chamber, catching nothing but the same low arch of the ceiling and the empty shaft behind me. But the vines near the wall had shifted, just slightly, curled inward now like something had passed. I didn't move. I just listened. The whisper came again, louder this time, curling around the edges of my thoughts, like smoke, and I realized with cold clarity that it was not the wind, not some echo. It was a voice, almost human, but stretched and blurred, like a recording played too slow. Do not feed the root. Do not water the dark. My mouth went dry. I backed away slowly, and the vines beneath my boots squelched louder than before, louder than they should have, as if warning the ground of my steps. I aimed my flashlight at the carvings again and caught something new. a hole I hadn't seen before, nestled between two vine-covered stones, small and circular, like a tunnel meant for something that didn't crawl or walk, but slithered. The light didn't reach its end. I crouched, the journal clutched in one hand, and peered inside. For a moment, I saw nothing. Then eyes, not human, not animal, just pairs of pale orbs gleaming back at me, unblinking, fixed. Then another sat, and another sat. They didn't move. They only stared. I stumbled back and hit the chamber wall, vines curling lightly around my ankles, as if testing their grip. The whisper had stopped. The pressure in my ears intensified, and it felt as though the chamber had sunk deeper underground without moving at all. I looked down at the journal again. The page had changed. The words were moving, letter by letter. A new line was forming beneath the last one, ink bubbling up from the paper itself. You are already in the root. The lights flickered. My flashlight dimmed, surged, then went out completely. And in the dark, I heard breathing, not mine, something deeper, something slow, something waiting. I did not scream. I listened. The darkness pressed in like soil on a coffin lid, thick, total, and impossibly quiet now, save for that wet, rhythmic breathing that echoed against the chamber's stone, as though the walls themselves had lungs. I held the journal against my chest like a shield, the leather still pulsing in time with something unseen, and though I knew rational thought would be my only weapon, I could feel it fraying at the edges, unraveling thread by thread with each inhalation from the dark. I groped for the flashlight, thumbing the power switch again and again, but it refused to respond. No click, no flicker, just dead weight in my hand. My other senses took over in the vacuum. The earthy sweetness of decay thickening, metallic now, like rusted iron, and something far older, more organic, something that had slept too long and begun to rot while dreaming. I reached slowly into my bag, fingertips brushing my backup lantern, its smooth metal cold as bone, and clicked it on. Light flooded the chamber in a soft white ring, and I almost wished it hadn't. The vines had crept closer. They were no longer lying flat across the stone, but had risen, arcing, twitching, like the fingers of a blind man groping toward sound. They surrounded the edges of the chamber, pulling taut and trembling faintly with some inner life. And in the middle, where I had stood just moments ago, the floor bulged upward slightly, as if something beneath had stirred. I should have run. Instead, I spoke. "Who's there?" My voice barely carried in the thick air. And even as I asked, I knew how foolish it was. Whatever was here didn't answer to names or logic or pleas. The hole in the wall now gaped wider, not crumbled, opened. The stone rim was lined with roots, curling inward like teeth, and from its depths came a low, resonant thrum that vibrated in my sternum. I could see nothing beyond, only shadows swallowing shadows. But the sense of presence grew stronger, more definite. The eyes were gone, but their memory lingered, like after images burned into my mind. I turned toward the exit shaft and froze. It was gone. The tunnel I'd come down, the steep, narrow crack I'd roped into, was sealed, the wall now covered in a thick mesh of black vines that pulsed with slow, sluggish movements. They twitched when I looked directly at them, recoiling slightly, as if feigning innocence. My heart beat, thundered in my ears. I flicked the recorder back on. Amanda Mercer, Denali dig site, no longer alone. Entrance has sealed. Unknown biological movement. In root structures, possibly sentient. The air buzzed with static as I spoke, and the recorder popped. Then a voice not my own echoed from the tiny speaker. Too late. Too deep. I dropped it. The vines surged forward an inch. I moved toward the chamber wall, trying to stay in the light. The carvings looked different now, more of them. The original lines had grown. Elongated, they stretched toward the floor like they were being pulled downward, or perhaps upward from some deeper script buried in the rock. Then I saw the mark. Low on the far wall, beneath a veil of pulsing vine, a new carving stood out. Sharper, cleaner, a spiral, dense and tightly wound, surrounded by thorns etched with precision. It pulsed in time with the journal. I stepped closer. The air grew hotter. The journal vibrated in my hand, and the voice returned, not whispered, not distorted, but full and clear inside my skull. Water the root, feed the dark. My knees buckled. I dropped to the ground, hands scraping against rough stone, and something warm leaked from a gash on my palm. The vines reacted. They reared up. Every strand in the chamber arched toward me, trembling with hunger or reverence. I couldn't tell which, and from the spiral came a noise like splitting bark and twisting bone. The ground cracked beneath me. A seam tore through the chamber floor, and something massive shifted in the deep. A breath of air, cold and ancient, surged up from below and hit me with the smell of damp grave soil and the musk of unseen root-bound life. It carried with it a sound I will never forget. Not a growl, not a scream, but a low, mournful chant in a language I didn't understand, spoken without a mouth. The journal fell open on the stone beside me, and new words bled across the pages. The talisman is beneath the root. Take it or join us. And then, a final line, still wet with ink. She comes. From the widening crack in the floor, I saw a glint, metallic, bronze maybe, or stone crusted with time. But before I could reach it, the vines lunged. The lantern flared, hissed. Then everything went white. And then silence. The silence didn't last. It never does, and never does in places like that. Not true silence. Not the kind that grants peace. It was the silence of held breath, of eyes narrowing in the dark, of something coiling beneath the skin of the world. I blinked, and the white light that had swallowed everything dissolved into soft gray mist, curling at the edges of my vision like smoke off smoldering leaves. The lantern was gone. My pack was gone. Even the journal vanished, though I swore I'd never let it go. I stood alone in the chamber, or what remained of it. The walls had changed. They were no longer stone, but something darker, slick and porous, like petrified wood. Steeped in tar, the symbols remained, but they glowed now with a faint internal light, pulsing faintly in rhythm with my breath, or perhaps the breath of something else. My boots crunched as I stepped forward. Not stone, not vines, bones, tiny ones, scattered across the floor, like husks left behind by molting things. Some were brittle and bird-like, others long and thin, eerily human in shape. My foot struck something metal beneath the detritus. I crouched and uncovered it slowly. The talisman, just as the journal had described in its earliest entries, a disc of carved bone and tarnished copper, etched with concentric circles around a central black stone that shimmered like wet coal. It vibrated faintly when I touched it, like something inside it was aware and angry. I slipped it into my coat pocket. The mist thickened immediately, curling in from every corner of the chamber, hiding the walls, swallowing the carvings one by one. Then the floor moved again. Knock. This time, it wasn't a subtle shift or a crack. It was a lurch, a breath drawn in reverse, as if the earth beneath me had begun to inhale. I stumbled as the ground sloped downward, and before I could brace myself, I was sliding. The fall was long, too long. Gravity lost meaning. The mist turned black. I couldn't scream, not from fear, but because there was no air to shape the sound, only pressure. Soft and all-consuming, like sinking into flesh-warm mud. Images flickered behind my eyelids. Faces I didn't recognize. Forests with trees shaped like spines. Creatures made of root and meat and sorrow. Then I landed, softly. No impact. No pain. I stood in a clearing, surrounded by tall trees with bark like blistered skin and leaves that whispered even without wind. The mist hung low, swirling around my calves. Above me, the sky was too dark for daylight and too dull for night. A sickly gray-green dome with no sun or moon. Something moved behind the trees, always just out of sight. I turned slowly, trying to orient myself, but every direction looked the same. Gnarled trunks, hollow sounds, eyes in the branches, not watching, exactly, waiting. As if I'd only just arrived and they were deciding whether I belonged. The talisman burned hot in my pocket. I took it out. The black stone in its center pulsed, and with every beat, I felt the rhythm of the forest around me change. Branches twitching in unison, roots shifting beneath the soil, like a heartbeat traveling through the land. I walked. There was no path, but my feet seemed to find one. The ground accepted my weight, like it had been expecting me. Every few paces, I saw more bones arranged now in patterns, spirals of ribs and vertebrae, and cracked skulls. Some bore carvings, some still twitched. I didn't speak. I didn't dare. Then the trees parted. Ahead stood a structure, not a building, but a frame of crooked wood and vine. Like a cathedral built by hands that had never seen one, it pulsed with that same inner glow as the carvings, and hanging from its archway was a tapestry made from stitched together hides. Still, damp. In the center, bound in vines, hung the journal. The pages fluttered, as if in a breeze I could not feel, and beneath it, crouched low and unmoving, was a figure. At first I thought it was human, then it shifted, its limbs too long, its head slightly too narrow, draped in something that might have once been cloth, but now hung like moss. It didn't look at me, not directly, but I felt its attention, heavy and sharp as a knife pressed against my spine. I took one step forward. It raised its head. Its face was wrong. Familiar, but wrong. It looked like me, but the eyes were root black, and the mouth was sewn shut with thorns. It opened its hand. Inside was another talisman, identical to mine, except the stone in its center was cracked, and something leaked from it that hissed against the soil. It pointed at me, and I heard the voice again, not around me, but within. The forest does not forgive. Then it lunged, and the trees screamed. I didn't run, not because I was brave, but because there was nowhere left to run. The forest had closed in, impossibly fast, trees shifting like they'd inhaled and pressed their ribs together. The sky above shuddered, and for a moment it bled light, a faint, weeping red that dripped through the mist like diluted wine. The thing that wore my face moved in sharp, fluid lurches, each step wrong in the joints, like it had learned motion by watching something die. I backed away, not daring to look away from it, and the talisman in my pocket buzzed harder, angry, almost scalding now. The earth rippled beneath my feet, not trembling, breathing. I could feel it through the soles of my boots, a pulsing rhythm that synced with my own heartbeat, until I wasn't sure if the panic thudding in my chest was mine or the forest's. The air thickened into a syrupy haze that clung to my throat, sweet and rotten, the taste of decay. The mimic, my double, stopped just short of the clearing's edge, its head tilted, and a low creaking sound spilled from its throat, like bark splitting under pressure. From its mouth, thorn-threaded and bloodless, something hissed, a black vine thin as string, curling outward like a tongue. It touched the earth and writhed. I gripped my own talisman and held it up. The dark stone glowed brighter, brighter still, until the blackness inside it boiled into light. The mimic recoiled, shrieking, a sound that wasn't made for ears. It staggered back into the trees, the vine pulling back like it had burned, and where it had touched the ground, the moss blackened and crumbled into ash. I didn't wait. I turned and ran. Branches lashed at me. Vines grasped at my arms and legs, thorns scoring thin red lines across my face. The forest was alive in a way I could no longer deny. It wasn't just watching me. It was guiding me, pushing me, hurting me. My footsteps were no longer mine. I was being directed, funneled toward something. Ahead, the terrain changed. The trees bent low, their trunks twisted like bone and scar. The mist grew thicker, not just around me, but in me, seeping into my lungs, replacing air with silence. Then the smell hit, wet rot, old iron, and something stranger, something sweet. The forest opened. A pit yawned in the earth, wide and round, its edges ringed in twisted roots and dangling tendrils that pulsed like arteries. The talisman in my hand vibrated wildly now, its light dimming as I neared the edge. I looked down. Darkness, but not empty. It moved, not a shape. Shapes, vines, thick and glistening, churned slowly below like snakes in sleep. At the center was a hollow tree, enormous and ancient, its bark slick with a black resin that smoked where it touched anything else. I heard voices down there. Not whispers this time, but full-throated songs in a language older than language. Harmonies that frayed the edges of my mind. I should have turned back. I stepped closer. The pit exhaled. A hot, wet wind surged up from its center and hit me like breath. I fell to my knees, dizzy, the world spinning sideways. My hand touched the ground, and I felt it. Not earth, skin. The pit was alive. Something moved beside me. Not the mimic, a child. Pale, thin, dirt-slicked, and eyeless. She knelt near the edge, humming the same song I'd heard from the depth. Her mouth never moved. Her skin looked translucent in places, showing a spiderweb of fine black roots beneath the surface. She turned her head toward me, and though she had no eyes, I felt her see me. "You can leave," she said, or thought, or dreamt into my skull. I wanted to stand. I couldn't. The pit pulsed again. The child slid forward, deliberately into the pit. Her body did not fall. The vines reached up, gently, and took her, pulled her in. She did not scream, but something beneath did. A scream of rage, or hunger, and something in the dark screamed with it. I fell backward, hand still clenching the talisman, now dark and silent. The forest around the pit began to chant, not in words, in rhythm, in heartbeat. I curled inward, not knowing if I was crying or convulsing. The soil beneath me trembled, and from the rim of the pit, vines began to reach up again. This time for me, I didn't run. Not because I was brave, but because there was nowhere left to run. The forest had closed in, impossibly fast, trees shifting like they'd inhaled and pressed their ribs together. The sky above shuddered, and for a moment it bled light, a faint, weeping red that dripped through the mist like diluted wine. The thing that wore my face moved in sharp, fluid lurches, each step wrong in the joints, like it had learned motion by watching something die. I backed away, not daring to look away from it, and the talisman in my pocket buzzed harder, angry, almost scalding now. The earth rippled beneath my feet, not trembling breathing. I could feel it through the soles of my boots, a pulsing rhythm that synced with my own heartbeat, until I wasn't sure if the panic thudding in my chest was mine or the forest's. The air thickened into a syrupy haze that clung to my throat. Sweet and rotten, the taste of decay. The mimic, my double, stopped just short of the clearing's edge, its head tilted, and a low creaking sound spilled from its throat, like bark splitting under pressure. From its mouth, thorn-threaded and bloodless, something hissed, a black vine, thin as string, curling outward like a tongue. It touched the earth and writhed. I gripped my own talisman and held it up. The dark stone glowed brighter, brighter still, until the blackness inside it boiled into light. The mimic recoiled, shrieking, a sound that wasn't made for ears. It staggered back into the trees, the vine pulling back like it had burned, and where it had touched the ground, the moss blackened and crumbled into ash. I didn't wait. I turned and ran. Branches lashed at me. Vines grasped at my arms and legs, thorns scoring thin red lines across my face. The forest was alive in a way I could no longer deny. It wasn't just watching me. It was guiding me, pushing me, hurting me. My footsteps were no longer mine. I was being directed, funneled toward something. Ahead, the terrain changed. The trees bent low, their trunks twisted like bone and scar. The mist grew thicker, not just around me, but in me, seeping into my lungs, replacing air with silence. Then the smell hit, wet rot, old iron, and something stranger, something sweet. The forest opened. A pit yawned in the earth, wide and round, its edges ringed in twisted roots and dangling tendrils that pulsed like arteries. The talisman in my hand vibrated wildly now, its light dimming as I neared the edge. I looked down. Darkness, but not empty. It moved, not a shape. Shapes, vines, thick and glistening, churned slowly below like snakes in sleep. At the center was a hollow tree, enormous and ancient, its bark slick with a black resin that smoked where it touched anything else. I heard voices down there, not whispers this time, but full-throated songs in a language older than language, harmonies that frayed the edges of my mind. I should have turned back. I stepped closer. The pit exhaled. A hot, wet wind surged up from its center and hit me like breath. I fell to my knees, dizzy, the world spinning sideways. My hand touched the ground, and I felt it. Not earth, skin. The pit was alive. Something moved beside me. Not the mimic. A child. Pale, thin, dirt-slicked, and eyeless. She knelt near the edge, humming the same song I'd heard from the depths. Her mouth never moved. Her skin looked translucent in places, showing a spider web of fine black roots beneath the surface. She turned her head toward me, and though she had no eyes, I felt her see me. "You can't leave," she said, or thought, or dreamt into my skull. I wanted to stand. I couldn't. The pit pulsed again. The child slid forward, deliberately, into the pit. Her body did not fall. The vines reached up gently and took her, pulled her in. She did not scream, but something beneath did. A scream of rage or hunger, and something in the dark screamed with it. I fell backward, hand still clenching the talisman, now dark and silent. The forest around the pit began to chant, not in words, in rhythm, in heartbeat. I curled inward, not knowing if I was crying or convulsing. The soil beneath me trembled, and from the rim of the pit, vines began to reach up again. This time, for me, the silhouettes did not blink, did not shift, but the longer I looked, the more I sensed that they were not still by choice. They were listening, not to me, but to something beneath their roots, something that trembled the ground so faintly I could only feel it through my teeth. I held my breath, trying not to make a sound, and the mist closed tighter around me, deadening the world to a cottony silence that pressed against my eardrums like water. I stepped backward, slowly, my foot brushing against the edge of the glade stones, and the hum in my skull sharpened. The bell rang again, impossibly close, and I turned in time to see one of the root silhouettes detach from the mist. No longer a shape, but a figure, wrapped in bark and moss, its face hidden beneath a woven veil of vines. Its arms were too long, its joints moved with the grace of drowning. It pointed, not at me, at the corpse in the glade. I turned back, toward the offering figure. The talisman in its hands throbbed faintly, casting slow, dim pulses of red light. The ground around its feet had cracked open, just slightly, and beneath it, I saw motion, more vines, yes, but also something harder, like bone, like a hand curled around the base of the corpse's spine. Waiting, I moved without breathing, stepping closer. My hand trembled as I reached for the talisman. The air colder now, as if the forest itself was holding its breath. The moment my fingers closed around the stone, the body's mouth opened. No sound, just a long, wet exhale of mist and rot. The talisman lit up, briefly blinding. Heat surged through my arm. No pain, not yet. Just pressure, a growing weight, like I was being marked. The glow faded as quickly as it came, and the forest around me screamed. Every tree, every stone, every hidden thing. The scream wasn't a sound, but a vibration, a raw psychic tear that split through my thoughts and left behind only the word hunger. I staggered back, the talisman searing against my palm. The corpse collapsed inward, vines tightening around its frame until nothing was left but a root-knotted husk. The stones around the glade began to pulse, each in time with the rhythm I had felt in the pit. Heartbeat, heartbeat, growing louder, faster. The mist parted. A path appeared, not made of earth, but of blackened bark, gnarled and twisted into a bridge that led deeper into the white void. There were no trees now, only pale roots rising from the fog like ribs. Above them, the sky was gone. In its place, a canopy of shifting tendrils. I looked back. The forest I had known was gone. The bell rang one final time. Not a warning, a summons, and my feet moved, not from choice, from compulsion. I walked the root bridge, talisman clenched in my burning hand, the journal thumping softly against my hip. Like a second heartbeat beneath me, things moved in the fog, shapes. Too many limbs, too many eyes. Some followed, others simply watched. Ahead, the path widened into another chamber. This one ringed with hanging lanterns made of skin, each glowing with a sickly yellow light. They swayed though there was no wind. In the center, a tree, but not a tree, a body, petrified and grown over with vines. Its limbs bent backward into branches, its mouth sealed shut by black thorns. In its chest, the faint shape of a door. The journal burned hot against my side. I knew I had reached the first gate, and I knew somehow that it was waiting for me to knock. The door did not open with a creak, or a groan, or any sound that could be named. It simply was, open between one heartbeat and the next, its thorns parting like lips to reveal the black tunnel beyond. The vines that formed the doorway bled as they retracted, dark sap oozing like tears, and the light from the skin lanterns dimmed until the chamber was painted in deep amber and shadow. My fingers trembled on the talisman. It pulsed again, no longer warm but cold, so cold it stung. The world inside the gate was not a tunnel. Not exactly. It was a throat, moist walls pressed close around me, pulsing faintly with something like breath. The air smelled like soil and rot. But beneath that, something older, salt, blood, decay filtered through centuries. My footsteps squelched with each step, though I could not tell what lay beneath my boots. My flashlight flickered violently, and then stabilized, but its light seemed swallowed almost instantly, revealing only a few feet ahead at a time. The whispering began again, only now it came from behind my eyes. Amanda, don't, no light, where, dig too deep, roots remember. My breath caught. My mother's voice, then my editor's, then my own, but not my voice. Not as I was now, but younger, more uncertain, raw with fear I hadn't felt in years. I turned back toward the path ahead, and the tunnel yawned open wider, as though pleased. I pressed forward. Minutes passed. Hours. I couldn't tell. The journal was warm against my chest again, though I hadn't touched it. I pulled it out and opened to the last page. More words, not written in ink, carved. Seed must sprout. Below that, a symbol one I'd seen on the walls of the earlier chamber, but more defined now, more vital. It looked like a root system, curling and branching, but at its center, an eye. The tunnel split. 3 paths, all identical in width and height, each pulsing slightly, as if breathing. I stepped toward the leftmost tunnel, and a sharp pain pierced my palm. I cried out and looked down. The talisman was bleeding. From its center, a thin line of dark sap trailed down my wrist. It had opened like a seed pod, revealing a tiny white root, writhing gently like it sought the air. I held it up. The root stretched toward the rightmost tunnel. I followed. The tunnel narrowed. The whispers grew louder. I could no longer tell where the floor ended and the walls began. I walked through liquid shadow, past shapes, half-formed, faces that blinked open in the walls and then dissolved, fingers that reached and then withdrew. Then, light, not from my flashlight, a soft green glow, rhythmic, pulsing like breath. I emerged into a chamber, circular, wet stone. In the center, a pool of thick, glassy liquid. Above it, suspended in a web of black roots, something that looked like a heart, but impossibly large, the size of a human torso, beating slowly, leaking mist with every pulse. The journal snapped open, pages turned by themselves. Symbols flashed. One page glowed faintly. Water the root. Feed the heart. The talisman pulled in my hand, drawn toward the pool. My feet moved without my consent. I looked down. Roots coiled around my ankles. Too late to run. The pool shimmered, and something beneath it opened its eyes. The thing in the pool did not blink. It quivered, as though the act of being perceived disturbed its form. Its eyes were not like ours. They were clusters of glistening orbs, black-rimmed and slick, with something that shimmered like oil and mucus, each blinkless gaze fixed on me. And I felt a pressure on my skull, a weight behind my eyes, as if my thoughts were being read, rearranged, and filed into some ancient, root-bound archive. I couldn't move, not because of fear, though there was plenty of that, but because the roots had grown tighter around my ankles, and now crept higher, coiling up my calves, wrapping like slow, deliberate fingers. My heartbeat thundered in my ears. But the chamber was unnaturally silent. The pulsing heart above the pool beat a little faster now, and with each pulse, the mist grew denser, almost syrupy. A root slithered toward the talisman, and I felt it react. Heat surged up my arm, into my shoulder, across my ribs. The white root from earlier had burrowed into my skin, just above the palm, and now it pulsed in rhythm with the chamber, with the thing below. I tried to speak, to cry out, to demand an answer, anything, but my jaw refused to open. The mist filled my mouth like cotton. The journal still hung at my side, pages flapping in a wind that wasn't there. One page shone, just one. A sentence burned itself into the parchment. As I stared, what is fed will awaken. What awakens will remember its hunger. The water in the pool boiled, not with heat, but with motion. Vines writhed just beneath the surface, like something was churning them from below. And then it rose. Not the heart, not the root, something inhuman. First came its shoulders, hunched and slick, covered in moss and bone fragments, like armor. Then its torso, a gaping cavity in the center where ribs split open to reveal more eyes, more vines, more mouths, no face, just an expanse of thorns and shifting tendrils where a head might have once been. The roots lifted me off the ground. I hung in the air like a puppet, watching it approach the edge of the pool. No sound, no breath, just motion. My arms outstretched against my will. The talisman glowed white hot. The white root in my palm writhed and extended, reaching across the gap. It connected. The thing shuddered, and for a moment, only a moment, I saw its memory, not like a vision, not like a dream, like falling through centuries, a forest, swallowing a village whole, eyes growing on trees, people feeding something in the ground, rituals carved into bark, screams echoing from beneath roots, and always the mist, watching, waiting. When I came back to myself, the creature had stopped moving, its body hunched over the pool once more, as if the act of remembering had pained it. The root that had connected us now pulsed like a living chord. And then the voice came, not through sound, through the roots, through my bones, seed bearer. My lungs seized. My heart skipped. The mist thickened. The gate is opened. The hunger grows, then silence. The roots lowered me gently to the floor. My legs buckled. I fell to my knees, gasping for breath. The talisman was cold again, cracked slightly down the middle. The thing slipped back beneath the pool without a ripple. The heart above it gave one final beat. The chamber shuddered, and then a path opened in the stone wall, roots peeling away like muscle, revealing stairs that spiraled downward into darker mist. The journal flared in my hands, the ink on its last page bleeding outward into a map. There were more gates, and someone was still waiting. Beneath everything, beneath me, the steps were not carved. They were grown, twisted from root and bone, slick with moisture that glistened like sweat on skin. Each tread throbbed faintly as I stepped, as though responding to my weight with reluctant acceptance. And the deeper I went, the more the air thickened, not just with mist, but with presence. The light from above vanished quickly. There was no true darkness here, only layers of shifting shadow, alive and watching. The map burned behind my eyes, branded into memory. Though the journal had gone still and quiet, the root in my palm no longer moved, but I could feel it nestled there, quivering faintly whenever I neared something ancient. And the talisman, cracked though it was, still throbbed like a dying heartbeat. The stairwell descended for what felt like miles, spiraling inward toward a core I could not see but could sense, like standing above the pit of some massive well and knowing something hungry waited at the bottom. My legs ached. My breath came shallow. Still I descended. Then, light, but not lanterns, not torches. This glow came from the walls themselves, thin veins of bioluminescence, pulsing gently beneath the surface of the roots. forming patterns that reminded me of constellations, only they moved, shifting as I watched, forming shapes that vanished before I could name them. The air was warm now, and it carried a scent like burnt sugar and decay, sickly sweet, like something rotting behind a curtain of perfume. I covered my mouth with my sleeve, but the smell clung to the inside of my nose, worming deeper. At last, the stairs ended. I stepped into a chamber, even larger than the last, its ceiling lost in mist, its floor uneven and breathing, covered in patches of strange moss that recoiled from my boots like injured flesh. At the far end stood a gate, unlike the first, this one made not of vines, but of faces, dozens of them, human, eyes closed, mouth sewn, their flesh warped into bark, their features twisted in agony or ecstasy. I could not tell which. They were grown together, layered and fused, forming an arch of screaming silence. And at its center, a vertical slit, sealed tight with a spiral of roots. I stepped closer. The talisman screamed, not aloud. In sensation, every nerve in my hand lit up, searing white pain through my body. I dropped it. It landed with a thud like wet stone and began to melt into the moss. My vision blurred. Something crawled across the inside of my skull. A whisper. Open. I turned. No one. The whisper again. Closer now. Let us speak. The journal flipped open of its own accord, pages turning furiously, faster than the eye could track, and then stopped. A page glowed red. The same phrase burned into it. Feed the gate. Feed the gate. I looked at the arch of faces. One of them twitched. Its eyes opened. Just one pair. But they locked onto me, wide, dark, unblinking. Its sewn lips strained as if it wanted to speak, wanted to scream, but the roots held tight. And then I heard it, not with ears, but with the marrow of my bones. Please, it begged. The other faces began to stir, a rustle of breathless moans, like wind through a graveyard. My fingers curled into fists. I wanted to run, but the root in my palm had grown again, a thin white tendril now reaching outward, pointing toward the gate like a compass. The face that had spoken twitched harder. Its mouth tore slightly, black ichor leaking from the split seam. I took a step closer. The root in my hand pulsed. The gate shuddered. The faces began to chant in silence. Seed bearer. My knees buckled, and the gate began to open. Not with sound, with breath. A long exhale of rot and memory that filled the chamber and swallowed the light. And in that darkness, I saw it, a tree, a throne, a cradle, waiting for me. And I walked forward, powerless to stop. The cradle was not made for a child. It was too large, too ancient, formed from twisted roots and charred antlers, and at its center, a hollow depression shaped like a man curled in agony. The roots spiraled inward around that void, like ribs around a heart, and all of them pulsed with the slow rhythm of something dreaming. Above it hung a canopy of flesh, stretched taut between limbs of petrified wood, glistening with dew that dripped in steady rhythms, each drop hitting the cradle with a wet plunk that echoed like a heartbeat in an empty house. The mist here was not white. It was deep red, rust-colored, thick as blood, and twice as warm, swirling in slow currents as though moved by breath. I stood at the threshold, my body trembling. The gate of faces had closed behind me, without a sound, and the journal had gone dark. The root in my palm pulsed faintly, now threaded with darker veins, as though something had taken hold inside it. The silence was unbearable, not empty, expectant. And then, a sound, a soft, wet cry, rising from the cradle. Not human, not quite. It gurgled with fluid, like something drowning in its own birth. I took one step closer, and the cradle responded. The roots around its edges shifted, curling tighter, drawing in as if bracing for something. A root reached out from the hollow and brushed against my ankle, and I remembered the corpse in the glade, the way the vines had moved, the hand beneath its spine. This was not a bed. It was a womb, and it was not empty. I fell to my knees. My breath came shallow. The air burned my throat, thick with the scent of old soil, blood, and sap. I felt the journal grow hot again, pressing against my ribs. I fumbled it open with shaking fingers. A new entry had appeared. I see now. The talisman was never protection. It was the seed. The moment I read the words, something entered me, not physically. Not yet. It slipped beneath my skin, behind my eyes, into the folds of my thoughts. It coiled around memories. It whispered through dreams I hadn't dreamed yet. I screamed and there was no sound. I moved and there was no motion. The mist thickened, and then the cradle breathed. The roots spread wide. The hollow opened, and from within rose a shape. A mass of black vines slick with afterbirth and shadow, pulling itself upward limb by limb. It had no face. It had too many mouths. Each one gasped with voices I knew. My mother, my editor, the dead man's laugh from the glade, my own voice screaming back at me. It reached toward me, with hands that split into roots. I tried to stand. My legs refused. My body had become soil. I could feel it happening. The breaking down, the absorption, the joining. The creature placed one hand over my chest. The root in my palm uncurled. It threaded itself into the mass before me, a connection. And then I saw the world beyond this forest. Cities crumbling beneath vines, people changed into trees, their minds locked in endless dreams, the mist reaching through cracks in reality, turning doorways into mouths, mirrors into eyes. The talisman was never meant to repel. It was meant to invite, to bloom. My body convulsed, my vision blurred. The cradle split wider. The creature embraced me and whispered, in a voice I felt in the marrow of my soul, "Awaken." The forest screamed, and I screamed with it. The scream echoed through the cradle, a low, resonant wail that vibrated through every bone in my body, not from sound, but from the terrible resonance of something vast stirring in its slumber. A god of roots and rot and ruin, opening a single eye beneath the forest floor. The cradle's walls pulsed, recoiling and expanding in unnatural rhythms, and the red mist surged in waves that painted the world in liquid shadow. The creature before me, my progenitor, my twin, my echo, faded back into the roots, leaving behind a single thorned vine wrapped tight around my wrist. It pulsed in tandem with my heartbeat, or perhaps it was the other way around. The path that emerged from the cradle was not one I chose. The ground simply gave way. A slope of glistening moss and brittle bone that ushered me down into darkness, into the layers of the forest. No man had walked and survived. Light became a memory. I descended through pockets of warmth and cold, the air turning thick, sweet, then bitter, scented like fermented breath, and the iron of old wounds. I felt watched, not by eyes, but by something deeper, as if the forest's own veins tracked my every move. At the base, I found what I first mistook for ruins: stone structures overgrown and hunched, doorways that led nowhere, windows that breathed. They were not built. They had grown into place, assembled by the whims of a forgotten will. In the center, a fountain pulsed black ichor, and carved into the basin was the same symbol etched onto the talisman's face. A spiral made of thorns curving inward toward a single eye. The journal flared to life again. Words appeared one by one, seared into the page as if written in blood. Do not drink, do not kneel, do not speak the name that waits beneath. As I read them, a shadow passed over the basin, formless but vast, dragging chains of sound that scraped against the back of my teeth. I fled the ruins, not out of bravery, but survival. My legs found purchase on the wet stone, and I ran until the walls closed in again, the path narrowing into a spine of roots and petrified moss. Each step was harder. The air resisted. My thoughts resisted. I felt memories being plucked, sifted, tasted, names, faces, the shape of my own childhood, unraveling like yarn in the dark. Then came the eyes, dozens at first, then hundreds, hung in the branches like swollen fruit, blinking in silence. They did not follow me. They waited. In the center of the grove stood a mirror, not glass water, held in place between two bent trees. Its surface rippled without wind. When I looked in, I did not see myself. I saw Amanda from days ago, smiling, whole, typing at her desk. No talisman, no forest. I reached toward the mirror, and it breathed. The water peeled open, revealing the reflection's mouth. It moved. It mouthed 3 words. You were warned. The mirror shattered without sound. Shards rained down, slicing air, but not skin, embedding themselves into the ground like teeth. The talisman burned again. The vine on my wrist tightened behind me. The eyes began to close one by one. The roots parted to reveal the second gate. It was a door made of bark and bone, hung in the air without support. In its center, a hole, a perfect circle, just large enough for the talisman. I pressed the stone into the hole. The door pulsed once. Then it opened, not outward or inward, but inward into me. A gust of air, fetid and old, poured out. I saw memories, not mine. Deaths, not mine. Lives stretched like vines across centuries. I passed through. The forest behind me dissolved. I stood in a chamber of screaming soil, faces trapped in the earth, their mouths open in eternal wails, their eyes leaking mist. The talisman fed on it, drank it in, grew heavier. I found bones arranged like furniture, a chair of rib cages, a table of jaws, and on the table, a second journal. The cover was marked with a single phrase, "When roots remember." I opened it. Every page was filled, not with words, with drawings of me sleeping, eating, writing. Some of them were of things that hadn't happened yet. The last page was blank until I touched it. Then one final sketch bled into the parchment. Me standing at a third gate, the mist swallowing my face. Below it, written in my own handwriting, "You've already entered." The world shook. Above me, the ceiling split. Roots dropped like spears, embedding into the chamber. And from the center, the black vine horror descended. It had no form, only hunger, a tangle of impossible vines. Too many limbs, dripping with mist where it moved. The soil screamed. I ran, but the gate did not appear. Only more faces in the earth, more walls of breath and blood and bark. I turned again and again, but the paths looped, curved, doubled. I screamed and the mist poured into my mouth. When the horror reached me, it did not devour. It entered. The talisman burst. The vines unspooled. I felt myself unravel mind, bone, memory. I was pulled into the thing, absorbed into the root. I saw everything, every story, every death, every awakening. I was forest. I was prey. I was predator. And I understood there had never been a way out, only the illusion of choice. The story always ended the same way. The mist swallowed me whole, and I became part of it. Story 2. The first thing I saw was a face, smiling and ancient, half swallowed by shadow, hovering impossibly still within the heavy veil of mist that wrapped itself around the trees like an old, suffocating shroud. It wasn't there, and then it was, materializing without sound or warning from the folds of the fog, so subtly that I thought for a long moment I must be dreaming, or hallucinating, or standing at the cusp of some waking nightmare that had followed me out of memory and into this cursed part of the woods. The smile was thin and waxy, the sort that stretched across skin too tightly drawn over bone, and though the features were soft, sunken, blurred by time or decay or distance, there was something unmistakably knowing in its expression, something that curled under my skin and clutched at the animal part of my brain that remembered what it was to be prey. The air was thick with moisture, not the fresh, rain-sweet sort that kissed the leaves after summer storms, but a stagnant dampness, heavy with the scent of rot and still water, a pungent perfume of mildew and old blood, so cloying it clung to the back of my throat. With every shallow breath, I stood there, ankle-deep in mud and ghostly cattails, boots sinking with the slow patience of the swamp. My fingers curled around the cracked grip of a flashlight I hadn't turned on. I was afraid to. Light, I had learned in this place, didn't always chase shadows. It sometimes revealed things better, left unseen. There was no sound. That was the worst of it. No cicadas whining in the underbrush. No tree frogs croaking beneath the canopy. No rustle of branches or flapping of wings. Just the soft squelch of my own movement, and the low thrum of blood in my ears. The big cypress had always sung its song, humid and alive, thick with chatter and breath and heartbeat. But now it was a graveyard, and I was the only thing still walking through its corpse. The face remained, hovering just past the reach of my perception, neither retreating nor advancing, simply watching. It was old, impossibly old, not in the way a person ages, with lines and creases and soft folds of skin, but in a more disturbing, unearthly way, like wood that's been buried deep in bog water for centuries, pulled up blackened and hard, polished smooth by time and pressure and death. Its eyes, if they were eyes, gleamed dully, reflecting no light, as if they absorbed it instead. And though the mouth was curled in what might have been mistaken for friendliness, I felt no warmth, no welcome, only a kind of dreadful permission, as if I had already trespassed too far, and the face was only here to watch me understand that. I blinked. It was gone, not retreated, not dissolved, gone utterly, and without transition, as though it had never been there at all. I stood frozen for a long time after that, held in place by the certainty that something had changed in the air around me. Though the forest looked the same, the trees loomed tall and skeletal, their branches outstretched like gnarled fingers strangling the sky, their roots writhing beneath the sludge like sleeping serpents. The ground pulsed faintly underfoot, soft and warm like meat gone to rot, and a slow, greasy wind pushed its way through the cypress knees, rustling nothing, yet carrying with it a whiff of something metallic. Rust, maybe, or old blood, or the sharp edge of a storm that never quite arrives. I turned slowly, not trusting my balance, not trusting the mist, not trusting the silence. Every part of my skin was alert, covered in a sheen of sweat that had nothing to do with Florida's sweltering humidity. And when I finally forced my foot to move, it came free from the mud with a sound like a sucked breath. I didn't know where I was going. Not anymore. The trail had long since disappeared, swallowed by the rising water and the creeping moss and the slow, relentless encroachment of wilderness. that didn't care for the lines we drew on maps. It only come to Sabletown out of obligation. Old ghosts, old stories, old scars. But the woods hadn't forgotten me. They'd been waiting. Each step felt like a trespass. I could feel the forest watching. Not with eyes, but with presence. As if the very trees bent slightly toward me when I passed. As if the earth tasted my footprints and judged them wanting. I had seen strange things out here before. Back in the days when my badge meant something, and I still believed the wild was something you could manage. It chalked most of it up to swamp gas, fatigue, fear playing tricks. But now that I had nothing left to protect me but the fading name stitched on my old ranger jacket and a half-dead flashlight, the memories crawled back with new teeth. There had been disappearances. That was always the story out here. The preserve was wide and deep and old, and people were always getting themselves lost or killed in it, wandering too far, underestimating the wild. But these past few months, there had been more vanishings, more sightings, more stories, and always the same refrain from those who came back different. The silence. The forest had gone quiet. It wasn't natural. No ecosystem behaves like that. Not for so long. Not across so many square miles. I knew that as surely as I knew my own name. Yet here I was, standing in the center of that silence, trying to remember the sound of a bird call and failing. Something cracked behind me. Not a twig. There are no twigs in the waterlogged belly of big cypress. Only rotting detritus and the occasional brittle rib of a drowned animal. This was something larger, deliberate, like bone breaking. I turned. The mist shifted again, reluctantly parting, revealing not a face this time, but something tall and hollow, like the trunk of a tree gutted by lightning, standing alone in a clearing that hadn't been there seconds ago. It was black and wet-looking, more shadow than wood, with a wide, empty mouth gaping where its heart should been. And inside that hollow, yes, there it was again, stood a figure, still, silent, watching. My breath hitched, caught somewhere in my throat, neither in nor out. The figure was too far to see clearly, but I could feel it. I could feel it, like a migraine blooming behind my eyes, like the memory of pain you haven't felt yet. It was wrong, the way it stood, the angles of it, the impossible way it seemed to fill the hollow without touching it. I knew, without knowing how, that it had been here long before me, long before the forest, long before anything that knew light or time. And it was smiling, not with lips or teeth, not with anything visible, but the expression reached me somehow. Through the mist, through the silence, through the thin, quivering line that separated what I could see from what I could feel. It was smiling with intent. I stepped back, just one step. The mud didn't want to release me. It clung to my boots, pulling downward with a lover's desperation, and I almost fell. The trees loomed closer. The wind sighed low and cold. The figure didn't move. I turned and ran. I didn't know where to go. The GPS hadn't worked in hours. My compass spun. My phone was dead. Though I hadn't used it, the forest rearranged itself behind my every step. Familiar trees showing up in the wrong places. Landmarks twisting into shapes I couldn't name, but I ran anyway, driven by something primal and stupid and human. The belief that movement meant safety. Behind me, the woods held their breath. My legs were already tiring, not from distance, but from the strange effort of moving through a space that resisted motion. When I finally stopped, it was not by choice, but because my body gave out. My knees buckled. I fell to the muck with a wet thud, the stench of rot erupting around me in a sulphurous bloom. My palms sank into the mire up to the wrist, and something soft and slick moved beneath my right hand. Something that shifted and recoiled and left behind a residue like spoiled fat. I gagged, but didn't move. I couldn't. My breath came in short, shallow gasps, and my chest ached with the weight of the air, or whatever passed for air in this part of the preserve. It was then in the pulsing stillness between breaths that I heard it. A sound, no, a lack of sound, so perfectly shaped that it had to be intentional, like something had vacuumed the noise out of the space around me, creating a bubble of absolute silence that pressed in on my ears until they rang with phantom echoes. No frogs, no insects, not even wind, just absence, smooth and flawless, stretching in every direction like a sheet of glass about to shatter. And then came the whisper. It wasn't a voice. Not really. More like the suggestion of one, carried not on air, but through it, slipping directly into the bones of my skull, bypassing the ears entirely. It said nothing I could translate, yet I understood it perfectly. It was the kind of message that didn't require words. You are seen. You are known. You are marked. I scrambled to my feet, legs shaking, mouth dry, heart hammering. My flashlight, forgotten in my flight, was gone. So was my compass. My backpack, half unzipped, dangled from one arm like dead weight. I yanked it off and let it fall. I didn't care about supplies anymore. I didn't care about maps or rations or emergency flares. None of those things could protect me from what was here. Something moved in the trees, not the figure from before. No, this was smaller, faster, closer. I turned too quickly and caught only the tail end of motion. A pale flash of something thin and angular disappearing behind a curtain of moss. I called out, stupidly, instinctively, though I knew I shouldn't. My voice sounded wrong in the silence, like it had been wrapped in wool, dampened and distant. Hello? Nothing answered. Of course nothing answered, and yet the sensation of being watched grew heavier, more insistent, as though unseen eyes were multiplying behind the tree trunks, multiplying and blinking in unison. I spun in place, sweat sliding cold down the back of my neck, despite the heat, and for one long, shuddering moment, I thought I saw a dozen smiling faces peeking from the brush, each identical to the first, each waiting, patient, eternal. I stumbled backward. My heel struck something solid. I whirled and found myself standing before another hollowed tree, nearly identical to the first, though I hadn't seen it approach, or rather, I hadn't seen myself approach it. The trunk was wider than my shoulders, the hollow gaping like an open mouth, and the inside was darker than the swamp should allow, darker than shadow had any right to be. This time, no figure waited inside, but the void itself stared back. I reached out before I could stop myself, fingers trembling as they hovered just an inch from the slick black bark. It radiated no heat, no cold, no sensation at all. My fingertips hovered there, suspended in indecision, and I realized, suddenly, horrifically, that I couldn't feel my hands. I yanked them back and stared. They were still there, pale, filthy, shaking, but numb, utterly numb. That's when I noticed the marks. They weren't scratches. Not quite. More like impressions. Shallow grooves pressed into the bark by something with claws, not meant for animals. Narrow, thorn-shaped slashes, etched in circular patterns that made my teeth hurt just to look at. They glistened with sap that looked too red, too thick, too alive. I backed away. The forest didn't like that. The silence shattered, not with sound, but with motion, violent, overwhelming motion. The trees bent forward, their limbs cracking and groaning in unison, forming a cage above me, around me. The underbrush erupted with life, vines slithering, roots churning, something massive moving just beneath the surface of the muck, sending up fat, oily bubbles that burst with the smell of bile. The air turned electric. My skin crawled with the static of something arriving, and then I saw it, just for an instant, far across the mire, through the thin gauze of mist that still clung to the lower trunks. Something rose, slowly, impossibly, like a statue waking from centuries of sleep. Its outline was indistinct, a silhouette composed of angles that shouldn't exist, adorned in what looked like moss and bone and vines that dripped with venom. Its limbs were too many, its movements too fluid. It looked like the swamp had grown a heart, and that heart had decided to stand and stretch its claws. My body refused to move, not paralyzed, just forgotten. My limbs no longer belonged to me. My breath held itself. My thoughts grew thin. Across the clearing, the Mirathorn horror opened one arm, thorns unfurling like the petals of a rotted flower, and I knew it wasn't just watching me. It was welcoming me, and somewhere deep inside, a voice, not my own, whispered back. I remember. The smile returned, carved into every tree, every root, every trembling leaf. I had not escaped the face in the mist. I had merely followed it home. I don't remember collapsing, only the feeling of falling slow and helpless, like sinking through wet velvet into a place that had been waiting beneath me all along. My last memory before darkness claimed me was the sound of the swamp breathing, not wind, not the creak of branches or the ripple of water, a deep, lungful breath, as if the entire forest had grown a mouth beneath its roots, and was pulling me down into it. When I woke, it was twilight, or something pretending to be twilight. The light filtering through the canopy was wrong. Grayish, diffuse, flickering in pulses, rather than shifting naturally with the sun. I lay on a bed of moss so thick and soft it felt alive beneath my skin, like it was flexing gently with every breath I took. The air had changed, still humid, still warm, but now tinged with something sweet and coppery, like a blend of overripe fruit and old blood. My limbs were sore, my mouth dry as sand, and my head throbbed with a pulsing rhythm that seemed synced to the subtle vibrations underfoot. I pushed myself upright slowly, careful not to make any sudden movements, though I wasn't sure what I was afraid of waking. Something in the trees, something in me. The clearing it collapsed into was unfamiliar. Not that any part of the big cypress had ever truly felt familiar, since I stepped beyond the boundary fence. But this place felt more deliberate. The trees circled me too evenly. The roots curled inward like fingers. The ground sloped just slightly toward the center, as if the whole clearing was designed to catch and hold something. And worst of all, directly ahead of me, not 15 feet away, stood another tree, hollowed and dark, gaping like an open wound. I should have run, but I couldn't. The numbness from earlier had returned, not in my hands this time, but in my thoughts. I couldn't decide what to do. Couldn't want anything except to stare into that hollow. Its darkness called to something quiet and hidden in me, something that pulsed beneath my bones like a memory I had been forced to forget. I stood, my legs moved, like they weren't mine, slow and measured. As if guided by invisible strings, I approached the tree, each step sinking slightly into the moss. The hollow grew larger with every breath, and the air around it cooled, taking on the stillness of deep places that never see light. I reached the edge and stopped, looked in. Nothing, only dark. And yet, I could feel it breathing. Not the tree, not the forest, the hollow itself. Each inhale a whisper of cool air on my face, each exhale a fetid breeze that curled into my nostrils and whispered secrets I couldn't quite hear. I stood there too long, long enough for the world to shift. Because when I finally turned around, when I broke the spell and faced the clearing again, it wasn't the same. The trees had moved. They were closer now, hunched like sentinels, their bark glistening with sap that dripped in slow, syrupy trails down their trunks. The moss had changed too, less vibrant, more gray, crawling with tiny, darting things that had too many legs and no discernible faces. And in the center of the clearing, where I had woken, something grew. It looked like a plant at first, a twisted root, maybe, or the spine of some ancient, buried animal surfacing from the mire. But as I stared, it shifted, unfurling ever so slightly, revealing sharp edges and wet, black thorns tipped in crimson. It pulsed with a heartbeat I felt in my teeth. Then I heard her voice, faint, far away, but unmistakable. Deborah. It wasn't a hallucination. It wasn't memory. It was her, Claire. The name struck through me, like lightning through dry timber. I hadn't heard her voice in over 3 years. Not since the accident, since the drowning, but there it was, clear and low and echoing strangely between the trees. I spun toward the sound, heart seizing in my chest, and called out before I could stop myself. "Claire?" No answer, but I heard footsteps, soft, careful, dragging. I turned in a slow circle, trying to pinpoint the direction, but the sound echoed unnaturally, bouncing from trunk to trunk, as if the forest were mocking me, playing a cruel game. My pulse raced, thundering in my ears until it drowned out everything else. Then suddenly, the mist returned, not creeping this time, but surging, spilling across the ground in waves like fog born from dry ice, coiling around my ankles, rising fast. Within seconds, I couldn't see more than a few feet in any direction. I backed away instinctively, nearly tripping over the pulsing root thing still growing where I'd awoken. It twitched when I touched it, recoiling as if offended by my presence. The mist parted, and there she was, Claire, standing beneath a twisted hanging cypress, barefoot, her dress soaked and clinging to her frame, hair limp and eyes wide with that glassy, distant look that had haunted me since the night they pulled her from the canal. But she was smiling. God help me. She was smiling. "You left me," she said. Her voice was wrong, hollow, empty, like the words had been dug out of her throat with a spoon. Her lips moved slowly, as if remembering how to form the shapes. I shook my head, heartbreaking, and recoiling, all at once. "No, Claire. No. I tried to get to you. I tried." She stepped forward. The moss parted for her feet. The trees leaned in. "It's quiet here," she said. "It listens." I took a step back, but the hollow was at my back now, and I could feel its breath against my spine, warm and damp and expectant. Claire reached out, one pale hand, and I felt my body lean toward her without consent. "I missed you," she whispered. "You're not real," I said, though I wasn't sure I believed it. She smiled wider, and this time, something moved behind her eyes, something that wasn't her, something watching through her, wearing her face like a mask. "Neither are you." "Not anymore," I screamed. I don't remember what happened next. Only flashes, running again, trees that bled when I touched them, a sky that shifted from violet to pitch in seconds, shapes moving in the mist, some crawling, some upright, all grinning, and through it all, that presence, the mirror-thorn horror, drawing closer, calling me, welcoming me, marking me. And the pain, God, the pain sharp and sudden, like 1,000 cuts, opening at once beneath the skin. Not outside, but inside, as if thorns were blooming in my veins. I collapsed for the second time with a cry I didn't hear, swallowed whole by the mist and the mire and the weight of things that should never have names. In the last moment of consciousness, I felt the forest close around me like a mouth, and it whispered, very softly, "You belong to us now." I awoke to sound, not voices, not wind, something worse. Something I had never heard in all my years walking these woods. Laughter, but not human laughter. It was wet and soft and rhythmic, like breath being pulled through waterlogged lungs, each chuckle drawn out, as though relishing the shape of my fear. It echoed from every direction, bouncing off the trees and folding into itself, layered with guttural tones too low for a human throat. It stopped the moment I opened my eyes, as though it had only existed to wake me. I lay still, afraid that movement would confirm my presence to whatever had gathered around me. The forest was no longer just a place. It was a living memory, rewriting itself beneath me. The ground was damp with something darker than mud. Leaves hung limp, curling inward, like they too were afraid. The light was worse than darkness. It was a pallid gray, like the inside of a dying eye, and the air once thick with humidity now smelled like mildew, sulfur, and blood that had sat too long in still water. I sat up slowly. The clearing was gone. So was the hollow. So was Claire. I was somewhere new. A corridor of trees stretched out ahead, narrow, unnaturally straight, the trunks leaning inward until the canopy formed a choking tunnel of branches and moss. The silence returned, but it was no longer total. Beneath it, I could hear skittering, a light, rapid sound, like clawed feet on bark. I rose to my feet and immediately felt the burn of raw skin around my ankles. I looked down. The thorns had touched me. Tiny punctures dotted my skin, too precise to be accidental. Each ringed in a faint rash that throbbed in rhythm with my heartbeat. They hadn't bled, not yet, but they were weeping a clear fluid, and the flesh around them felt tender and warm, like infection already taking root. I knew better than to waste time. I started walking. The tunnel of trees offered no real direction, only the illusion of choice. Every branch that scraped my shoulder seemed to recoil afterward, like tasting something it didn't want more of. My footsteps were muffled, not by leaves or moss, but by the sheer weight of silence. Even my breathing felt soundless, like I had been muffled by the forest itself. Then came the eyes. They weren't always visible. Not directly, but I felt them, watching from above, from the trees, from beneath the roots. Dozens of them, hundreds. At one point I turned sharply. Sure, I'd seen something dart behind a trunk, and there it was, just for an instant, a glistening eye, lidless and too wide, embedded in the bark, like a blister that could see. I kept walking. Eventually, the trees opened again, revealing a wide, shallow basin choked with stagnant water. Cypress knees poked through the surface, like ribs breaking skin, and the reflection on the water didn't match the sky above. The canopy overhead was thin here, letting in dull light, but the reflection showed a black, roiling sky shot through with crimson veins. The air shimmered above the water, thick with spores or smoke, and in the center of it, all stood a figure. At first I thought it was another hallucination, another cruel memory. But this figure wasn't Claire. It wasn't anyone I recognized. It was tall, impossibly thin, draped in something like moss or tattered fabric that clung to it as though afraid to fall. Its head was elongated, crowned with what might have once been antlers, but had grown into a writhing mess of thorned vines. It did not breathe. It did not move. It simply stood and watched me. I took a step back. The water rippled. Then it raised one long arm. The gesture was slow. Not threatening, more like beckoning. Behind me, the tunnel of trees had vanished. The only path was forward. I stepped to the edge of the basin and hesitated. The water was thick and unmoving, dark as pitch, and I could see no bottom. But I knew that it was shallow. I knew because something in the forest whispered it to me, something buried beneath the hum of my thoughts, a voice that had been growing louder since I woke. Walk, walk. I stepped in. The water clung to my legs like oil, cold at first, then warm, then neither. Just a sensation I could not name. A feeling that stole the shape of temperature, but gave nothing in return. Each step brought me closer to the figure. It did not move. The water rose to my knees. Then my thighs, still. The figure waited. When I was close enough to see the texture of its skin, bark, or bone, or something between, I stopped. It towered over me, silent and still, and now I could see the thorns. They grew from its arms and shoulders in clusters, dripping with a thick amber sap that hissed when it hit the water. The air shimmered. I felt the pain before I saw the motion, a sudden, precise flash of agony, like 1,000 tiny knives, slicing through my nerves at once. My knees buckled. I collapsed into the water. It rushed into my mouth, warm and fetid, filling my nose and ears, choking every breath. I screamed, but the sound never made it past my throat, and beneath the pain, something else bloomed. A memory, a face in the dark. My face, twisted, smiling. Then everything turned to black, and in that blackness, a voice spoke, not from the forest, but from within. You are part of it now. The Mirathorn horror had touched me, and it was still inside. Darkness, thick and complete, swaddled me like burial cloth. I didn't know how long I floated in it, whether time passed at all in that suspended state. But I was aware of myself in fragments. The burning sting of thorns threaded through my arms, the copper tang of water lodged deep in my throat, the heavy pressure behind my eyes, as if something behind them had started to grow roots. I was sinking, or falling, or being drawn. There was no motion that I could perceive. No up, no down, just a sense of descent, of being pulled beneath thought, beneath identity, beneath even the fear that had clung to me like a second skin since I entered the preserve. All that was left was a single word, repeating endlessly without sound. Why? Why had I returned? Why had I come here alone? Why had I ever thought I left this place? Then the light returned. Not as a glow, but as a gash, a slit in the dark, widening slowly, vomiting a pale fungal luminescence, like rot exposed to moonlight. I felt myself crawling toward it without moving, my limbs unresponsive, my body still somewhere behind me. It was thought that moved me now, instinct, compulsion. And then I was through. The world on the other side was impossible. I stood at the edge of a vast swamp, not like the ones on any map, but something ancient, primordial, untouched by time or sun. Trees arched overhead like cathedral beams, draped in curtains of glistening moss that pulsed faintly with inner light. The ground breathed, the water steamed, insects of transparent bone drifted through the air, on wings that whispered in strange staccato syllables. And there, in the heart of this nightmare garden, stood the same figure I'd seen before, no longer distant, no longer still. It moved now, slow and deliberate, circling a pit, ringed with thorns the color of dried blood. From that pit, a sound rose low and guttural, like a dying animal trying to sing. I watched, rooted in place, as the creature extended its arm and reached into the thorn ring, drawing something up from the earth. It was a skull, human, cracked. My breath caught, and that's when I noticed the others. Skulls half buried in the muck, dozens, some shattered, some impaled on the spines of creeping vines, all of them grinning in quiet mockery. The smell hit me then, a mixture of rot, fungus, and scorched metal. And I stumbled back, retching, hand braced against a tree that writhed beneath my touch. My fingers came away, bleeding. The bark had split open beneath my palm, revealing a row of tiny tooth-like thorns that had sunk into my skin. My pulse quickened. The bleeding stopped too fast, the wound already scabbing over in unnatural black. The forest wasn't just alive, it was feeding. I backed away slowly, but the air grew heavier, thicker, like I was walking through syrup. My vision blurred, and a low hum began to rise, building in the back of my skull, a resonance, like a tuning fork driven into my spine. I heard whispers layered beneath it, names, numbers, a child's laughter, the last breath of a dying man, a woman calling for help, her voice swallowed before it ever left her mouth. I pressed my hands to my ears, but the sound was inside me. The creature looked up, not at me, into me. Its eyes weren't eyes, just hollows, deep and thorn-lined, glowing faintly with a sickly gold light that throbbed in time with the poison in my blood. It raised the skull higher, as if offering it to something above. I looked up. There was no sky, only a void, vast, rippling, veined with pulsing black roots that stretched endlessly in every direction. And in that moment, I remembered not everything, just a flash, a memory that wasn't mine, but one the forest had given me like a gift wrapped in moss. A man standing at the edge of a flooded path, his ranger's badge glinting dully in the fading light. He was afraid. He was screaming. Something moved behind him. Something fast and jagged and wet, then darkness. I saw his eyes before he disappeared into the mire. They were my eyes, but I had never met him. The swamp had taken others. It had kept their memories. It was giving them to me. A second memory surfaced. A girl in a yellow dress, her hair tangled with twigs, hands clutching something tight against her chest. A doll. She was crying. Something pulled her backward. Her scream was cut off by water. She was gone. The forest knew me now. It was filling me with the residue of its history, each death a drop in the mire, each fear etched into its rootwork. And I was still walking. Somehow, my feet had moved of their own accord, carrying me closer to the pit, where the creature waited. The skull was gone now, and in its place lay something wrapped in vines, writhing, alive, human-shaped. It whimpered softly. My name, Deborah. I stumbled forward. The Claire. The vines peeled back slowly, revealing a face that had once been hers, now bloated, pale, and twisted with thorn-gouged expressions of pain and peace at once. Her eyes opened, bloodshot and sunken, and she reached out with trembling fingers. Help me. I reached toward her, without thinking, without fear, without choice. And the moment our fingers touched, a surge of agony lanced through my body, a pain deeper than injury, more ancient than memory. It was recognition. We were not separate. She was not just a victim. She had become part of it too, and I would follow. The vines wrapped around my arms, slithering under my skin, burrowing deep. I tried to pull away, but there was no pain now, only warmth, acceptance, a seduction as old as death. Behind me, the forest laughed again, and above, in the root-veined sky, something stirred, a shape, vast, wingless, thorn-wrapped, the mirror-thorn horror, descending. It had found me, and it was opening its mouth, not to speak, to devour. My body did not return with me. It lagged somewhere behind the scream, stretched too thin to be whole, as though the pain had severed me, not by blade, but by the sheer weight of becoming something else. I came to on dry ground. No water, no pit, no vines, just pine needles beneath me, brittle and brown, snapping with even the slightest shift. I was curled in on myself, arms wrapped around my chest, breath coming in shallow gasps that barely tasted of air. The sky was dim again, painted with the thin gray veil of mist that filtered the light until it carried no warmth. And the forest had gone still, the wrong kind of still. The kind of still that follows blood spilled in silence. I sat up slowly. My arms were clean. No vines, no blood, no wounds, but I could still feel them. A phantom tendrils laced through my skin, threading me like a marionette. My muscles twitched in strange, involuntary ways, as if remembering a movement that had never finished. I tried to stand. My legs buckled, not from weakness, from resistance. It wasn't just the memory of pain. It was the forest inside me now, nestled like a seed behind my sternum. Every heartbeat pumped something unfamiliar through me, something thicker than blood, something hungry. I could taste it at the back of my throat, bitter, metallic, a slow-burning rot that crept along my tongue and dulled every other sense. Still, I stood, less to know if I was still myself. I didn't know if that mattered. I walked. The woods had changed again. The trees were closer now, pressed in so tightly that their bark had fused in places, creating walls of twisted trunks and blackened knots. Moss coated every surface, soft and slick underfoot, and it pulsed faintly with my footsteps, like I was walking across the back of some enormous buried beast. And then I heard it, a voice, not loud, not distant, close, just behind my ear. You left me. I turned so fast I nearly fell. But there was nothing there, only mist curling against bark. I knew that voice, knew it with a certainty that made my hands go cold. I turned back, heart hammering, and found myself standing at the edge of a clearing. I recognized, God help me. I knew this place. It was the old firewatch post, or what was left of it. The skeletal frame of the tower jutted from the trees, broken and half collapsed, strangled in vines and rust. The metal stair was twisted. The lookout cabin above partially caved in. The wood was warped with age and damp, and the sign that had once read Sable Unit 3, East Ridge Lookout lay snapped in two beneath a tangle of roots. I had worked this post years ago, before the incident, before I left, before they pulled my badge and shoved papers into my shaking hands and told me not to come back. Claire had stood on that catwalk once, smiling down at me, laughing. That laugh still haunted the farthest corners of my sleep. But this place, it had burned. I saw it burn. Saw it swallowed by flame during the lightning storm of '98. The same fire that took 3 rangers and left me the only one who came back down the mountain. And yet, here it stood, broken but standing, as though lifted from my memory and set here like bait. You left me, the voice repeated. I turned again, but this time I saw her, Claire, at the top of the ruined stairs, perched where the watch cabin met the sky. One hand on the twisted railing, she was pale, soaked in shadow, hair tangled with twigs and ash. Her eyes were dark, not hollow, worse, full, filled with something unnatural. I tried to speak. No words came. She tilted her head, and the motion was wrong. Too slow, too exact. You never came back, she said, voice flat. I took a step forward. The wind shifted. Her scent hit me. Wet moss, decay, a sweetness that was not sweet. at all. I gagged. You ran, she said. You heard me scream. You heard them all scream. And you ran, Claire. I managed, but my voice cracked like dry leaves underfoot. They're still here, Deborah. Do you hear them? And I did, sudden and sharp. Voices from the trees, from the ground, from inside the rusted tower, not whispers anymore. Cries, pleas, names, Mike, Jenna, Ricky, one after another. Names I knew, names of those who went missing, names of the other rangers, names etched on memorial plaques in the ranger station that now sat shuttered and forgotten. I backed away. Claire followed, but without movement. One blink, and she was at the top of the stairs. The next, she was halfway down, fingers dragging along the metal nails, screeching like chalk across bone. They want you back. She stepped onto the moss. Her foot sank through it. The ground split. Something beneath shifted, and I saw, just briefly, the glisten of thorn-covered limbs writhing beneath the forest floor, like the roots themselves were alive, waiting to snare me the moment I faltered. You left me. Now I leave you, she smiled, and the motion split her cheeks open, revealing teeth that were not hers, too many, too long. She opened her mouth, and the scream that came out was not hers. It was mine. The scream I never let loose when the fire came, when I saw the tower collapse, when I felt the thorns wrap around my ankles as I fled. And as the scream filled the clearing, the trees answered. They bent, every trunk, every branch, every leaf twisted inward, leaning toward the ruin like supplicants, like predators, and behind them, rising from the swamp beyond the watchpost, something vast and glistening began to rise. The Mirathorn horror. Its silhouette split the sky, thorny limbs unfolding like wings made of root and bone, claws dripping with something far darker than sap. Claire turned to it, arms wide, a priestess at the altar. Take her. I turned and ran, and the forest, alive and aware, began to close around me, choking, laughing, welcoming. The forest had teeth, not the kind that tore flesh with brute violence, but the quiet kind, roots that snared ankles, branches that brushed too close and left welts, whispering leaves that scraped against the skull like fingernails on wet slate. It chewed time. It gnawed memory. Every step I took sank deeper into something that didn't want me to leave. I ran until my lungs burned, until the mist swallowed my tracks, and the twisted metal silhouette of the watchtower was nothing more than a phantasm in my mind. But Claire's voice echoed, long after she vanished into the thorn-thick shadows, a ghostly litany, folding itself around every beat of my retreating heart. You left me. You left me. You'll never leave again. The trail. I was sure I had found a trail, devolved into slush and moss, the terrain indistinguishable from nightmare. My boots slipped in the muck, sucked downward by unseen hunger. The trees leaned in, narrowing into a tunnel of gnarled bark, and suffocating damp. And for one terrible moment, I could feel them breathing, not in rhythm, not in life, but in mockery. Something watched me, always, and not from behind, beneath the sodden earth, beneath the fibrous crust of moss, beneath my own skin. When I stopped, it was not from exhaustion, but instinct, the sense primal, ancestral, that moving forward meant death. I fell to my knees beside a pool that shimmered like obsidian glass, its surface undisturbed, despite the crawling mist, despite the windless breath of the woods around me. My reflection rippled without cause. It blinked. I did not. And then it smiled. The face in the pool, mine, but not, opened its mouth. Slowly, too slowly, revealing a row of needle-thin thorns where teeth should have been. A thick, tarry fluid ran from the corners of its grin, trailing down its chin in slow, syrupy lines. I recoiled. The pool boiled. Something moved beneath the surface. Something vast, scaled in bark and thistle, crowned in the same gold light that had pulsed in the creature's hollow sockets. I staggered back just as a single claw broke the surface, black and glistening, dripping poison that hissed where it struck the moss. The myrithorn horror. Its scent rolled over me like a tide, fetid swamp water, smoldering roots, the electric tang of ozone before a lightning strike. My eyes watered, my vision blurred, but I saw enough to know that it did not rise fully. It did not need to. It only needed to reach. I turned again and found myself in a clearing I did not remember entering. A perfect circle of barren earth, ringed with the skeletal remains of trees long dead, bark stripped and branches clawing skyward in silent agony. In the center stood a single intact pine, tall, straight, untouched by rot or age. Something about it pulled at me. I stepped forward. The moment I crossed the edge of the clearing, the world shifted. The wind vanished. The sounds of the forest ceased. There was no bird song here, no insect drone, no rustle of leaves, only silence, deep and absolute. I tried to call out. My voice went nowhere, swallowed not by distance, but by the air itself. Even the crack of twigs beneath my boots made no sound. Then came the heartbeat. Not mine, not human. It pulsed through the soil in deep, seismic thuds, slower than any natural rhythm. A giant's pulse, a buried god's dream. I staggered again, unbalanced, and fell to one knee. My fingers brushed the earth, and I felt it, breathing. This clearing was not just silent. It was alive, and then I saw them. Faces in the bark of the central pine, dozens, maybe hundreds, pressed beneath the surface, like insects trapped in amber, eyes bulging, mouths agape, each expression caught in some frozen moment of horror. Some were strangers, others I recognized with a gut-deep certainty that clawed up my throat like bile. Mike, my former partner, his wife, even the face of that old hunter from the Western Trail who disappeared 2 summers back, his twisted snarl unmistakable, and Claire, near the base of the tree, half swallowed by the bark, her mouth wide in eternal scream. Her eyes moved. They looked at me. I reeled back. But the silence grew thicker, pressing against my skull, my chest, my thoughts. The heartbeat quickened. The ground cracked. Roots burst forth like spears. I ran, but the clearing had closed behind me. The dead trees locking arms, forming a barrier of limbs too dense to pass. The roots whipped toward me, one grazing my leg, slicing through denim and skin with ease. The pain bloomed hot and immediate, then cold as something seeped in. I stumbled to the side, collapsing against the pine's base, the bark beneath my palm warm and pulsing. Claire's face was inches from mine. Her lips moved. Let go. Her breath was sour rot. I shut my eyes, screamed, but again, no sound came. The roots coiled around my ankles, wrists, throat. Not tight. Not yet, just a warning. And then, without warning, they stopped. Everything stopped. The heartbeat ceased. The pressure lifted. The silence remained. I opened my eyes, and I was alone. No tree, no clearing, no roots, just woods, ordinary woods. But nothing felt ordinary. The infection in my leg pulsed, a rhythmic throb that echoed the buried heartbeat. I could feel the poison in it, slow but deliberate, making its way deeper. I had to move, to find help, to warn someone. But even as the thought formed, something deep inside me laughed. There was no help coming. There was no one to warn. I had not escaped the horror. I had only been released, for now, to wander, to spread. The forest was not trying to kill me. It was trying to use me, and the longer I walked, the more I felt it working, wearing me down, changing me, preparing me. The mist thickened around me like a living thing, curling and folding, refusing to yield to the ragged rhythm of my breath and the crunch of dead leaves beneath my boots. It wasn't the kind of fog you see on lazy mornings, soft and shifting, where sunlight might still find purchase. No, this was a suffocating veil, choking the world into silence, pressing close enough that the dampness clung to my skin and seeped into my bones like some ancient, creeping cold. I paused, heart hammering in my chest, and listened, not for sounds, because there were none, but for absence, the absence of everything I had come to rely on, the low drone of cicadas, the sudden snap of twigs underfoot of an unseen animal, the distant splash of water falling somewhere deep in the preserve. Nothing but the quiet that hummed like a held breath, tense and waiting. The smell was different here, too, not the wet earth or decayed leaves that usually filled the big cypress, but something sharper, something sour and bitter, like rotting citrus left too long in the sun, or the coppery tang of blood mixed with decay. It was subtle, yet it teased at the edges of my senses, pulling my gaze toward a hollowed tree stump just beyond the reach of my flashlight's weak beam. The hollow was too perfect, carved clean, as if by some deliberate hand rather than natural rot. I could swear I saw a flicker of movement inside it, just the faintest shift of darkness. But when I blinked, it was empty again. Still, something watched from within, a presence so old and silent that it sent a shiver winding down my spine. I gripped the revolver at my side, fingers slick with sweat, and stepped closer, the uneven ground threatening to betray my footing with every careful footfall. The mist coiled around the stump like fingers, and I felt a surge of something ancient, waiting beneath the surface, a power older than the cypress themselves, watching, patient, hungry. Then from the silence, a sound low and guttural, more felt than heard, like the rasp of dry leaves being crushed beneath massive claws. The air grew colder, the shadows deeper, and in that instant, I knew the forest had stopped breathing, and something else had begun. The sound lingered, a breath rasping against my neck, even though no wind stirred the air around me. I didn't dare turn, yet every fiber of my being screamed that I was not alone. The shadows lengthened, folding and twisting in unnatural ways, as if the forest itself was alive and shifting, watching me with eyes unseen. My flashlight flickered, once, twice, then steadied, casting a weak, trembling cone of light that barely pierced the gathering gloom. The hollow tree yawned before me, like a black wound in the earth, its gnarled edges twisting into shapes that resembled a grotesque grin. I swallowed hard and forced my feet to move forward, drawn by the pull of that silent watcher within. The smell was stronger here now, pungent and rotten, a thick stench that clung to my nostrils and made bile rise in my throat. Something wet and dark oozed from the base of the stump, black sap or blood, I couldn't tell, and it glistened in the fading light, as if alive. I stepped back, heart hammering, fingers tightening around my revolver. Suddenly the air snapped sharp and cold. A crack echoed behind me, a branch breaking under weight, far too heavy for any deer or panther. I spun around, but the fog swallowed all sight, all sound, leaving only the crushing silence once more. And then I saw it. Just beyond the veil of mist, two eyes glowing faintly, a sickly green that blinked slowly, watching me. The figure was still, unmoving, half hidden inside the hollow tree, its form twisted and gnarled like bark and bone fused together. Its smile stretched wider than any humans could, cracked and ancient, a mockery of joy. I whispered a prayer. I hadn't spoken in years, but it felt useless in the face of whatever waited in these woods. The unnatural silence pressed in, and I knew the forest was no longer mine. It belonged to something else. The mist shifted again, swirling like smoke caught in a dying flame, and for a moment I thought the face, the smile had vanished. But no, it lingered, carved into the hollow tree's gnarled bark, as if the wood itself had molded into that cruel ancient grin. The eyes, those glowing orbs, stayed fixed on me, unblinking and patient, as though measuring my fear, weighing my soul. I took a cautious step back, the uneven ground soft beneath my boots, sucking at my heels, like the forest was reluctant to let me leave. The scent grew heavier, acrid and metallic, and beneath it, faint and fleeting, was the unmistakable odor of rot, and something far older, something that crawled beneath the skin and whispered of death. My fingers trembled, clutching the revolver with a grip born of desperation rather than courage. I remembered how long ago this forest was my sanctuary, a place of light and life, where every rustle was a promise of wild things thriving, not lurking horrors waiting to consume. The silence that pressed in around me was no absence of sound. It was a presence, a weight that sucked the warmth from the air, leaving only cold dread in its place. The figure within the tree remained still, watching, its smile now a cruel promise etched in wood and shadow. Then from somewhere deep in the swamp came a sound, a wet, rasping noise, like branches scraping bone. Slow and deliberate, my breath caught in my throat. The mist curled tighter, and the forest seemed to hold its breath with me. I knew then that I was not just being watched. I ran not out of choice, but necessity, driven by something deeper than instinct. A primal scream lodged in the meat of my spine. The forest was folding in on itself, trees lurching closer, roots twitching like fingers stretching from the soil, wet with sap that gleamed like oil. I didn't look back. I couldn't. But no matter how far I ran, the trail didn't change. The trees blurred into one another, identical as ribs in a cage. I passed the same moss-shrouded stone 3 times. Though I had turned in different directions each time, something was warping space here, stretching it like tendon, folding it like a lung. My lungs burned, legs aching, breath hitching. In short, panicked gasps, and then I heard it. The wet crunch of something massive stepping where no path existed, impossibly near, impossibly slow. I dropped to the ground, pressing myself into a tangle of roots, barely daring to breathe. It passed by me, barely a silhouette through the mist. But I saw the contours, the thorns that twisted like antlers, the long arms dragging talons that bled smoke, the gnarled skin like bark and bone, and something diseased. Its steps made no sound, but each movement rang in my chest like thunder beneath skin. After it passed, I lay there in the underbrush, paralyzed, until the silence became unbearable again, until it stretched and thinned and whispered. I stood, moving like a wounded animal, my limbs shaking, skin slick with sweat. There were no more markers of where I had come from, no trail, no signs, just the smell of rot and the twisting fog that clung like flesh. I reached an old boardwalk, half rotted, and sinking into the swamp, barely visible through cattails and reeds. It shouldn't have been here, not this deep. But I crossed it, step by tentative step, wood groaning beneath my weight. like it remembered what I had done. Midway across, I saw something bobbing in the water. A lantern, glass shattered, wick long dead. Inside it, a small clump of hair floated, and a name tag dangled beneath. Mad Coulter. I knew that name. He was one of us. Went missing in '97. Never found, but someone had left the lantern here. Recently, that hair was still wet. The boardwalk ended in a clearing that shouldn't have existed. Not in this deep tangle of swamp. An old ranger station stood at the center, its walls sagging, windows blackened, roof covered in claw-like vines that pulsed faintly like a heart under skin. It was mine. My old outpost, long since condemned, forgotten, eaten by the forest. But here it stood, untouched by time, as if waiting. I stepped inside. The air was stale and thick, each breath like inhaling memory. Papers lay scattered across the floor, maps pinned to the walls, maps that showed trails I didn't recognize, paths that coiled like serpents and ended in teeth. A radio crackled on the desk. I hadn't touched it. It hissed with static. Then a voice. Deborah, still in there, still watching. Then silence. I yanked the radio cord from the wall, my hands shaking. But the voice didn't stop. It whispered now through the floorboards, the walls, the breath between my thoughts, drawn by something unspeakable. I moved to the back room, the place we used for evidence storage. The door opened with a groan, revealing shelves stacked with strange objects, bones etched with runes, jars of murky liquid, a dozen torn ranger uniforms. At the center of the room sat a chair, old and rusted, bolted to the floor, and in it something sat wrapped in roots, its face hidden beneath a hood of bark. A vine pulsed through its chest, in and out like a feeding tube. I stepped closer. It breathed. Its chest rose and fell in slow, ragged gasps. One eye opened beneath the bark, bloodshot human, filled with unbearable agony and impossible recognition. It was Harris, my old partner, my shadow, gone missing. Years ago on patrol, he opened his mouth to scream, but no sound came. Only flies poured out, thick and black, crawling up the sides of his face, before disappearing into the hollow where his ear used to be. A whisper crept through the room. Feed the vine. Feed the root. I stumbled backward, knocking over a jar that shattered on the floor, its contents a writhing mass of tiny teeth. They scattered into the cracks of the floorboards, vanishing like smoke. I fled the station, but as I emerged into the clearing, the world had changed. No longer mist but night. No longer silence, but a chorus of moans rising from beneath the earth. The trees were different, taller, misshapen, bark black and slick with sap that hissed and popped like boiling tar. A trail of lanterns floated ahead of me, suspended in midair, burning with cold blue light. I followed because there was nowhere else to go, because I feared what might follow if I didn't. Each step forward felt like sinking into memory. I saw flashes in the trees. Myself, younger, cleaner, walking beside Harris. Another step. Harris, falling into the swamp, screaming my name. Another me, turning away. I remembered what I'd buried. That night. That choice. The Marathorn's lure. It didn't take Harris. I left him. I heard him scream. And I didn't look back. I ran. I told myself he was already gone. But he hadn't been. Now he waits. The trail ended at a black pool. It reflected nothing. I knelt beside it, heart pounding, and dipped a hand in. It burned. But I could not pull away. Images flared across the surface. Fire in the trees, blood soaking the ranger outpost floor, dozens of faces, rangers, hikers, children, screaming as they were pulled beneath the swamp. Then, at the center of the pool, the face from the hollowed tree appeared, closer now. The smile split wider. You opened the path, it said. You kept it fed. I staggered back. A scream tore through the trees, long and full of shattering agony. It came from nowhere, from everywhere. It was mine. The bark along nearby trunks split open and eyes emerged, dozens, blinking in unison, watching me. The vines on the ground coiled. Reaching for my legs, I ran until the pain returned. The same sharp, blooming ache that had dropped me before. It came in waves now. Each step, another wound opened, another scream layered beneath my skin. My blood burned, my veins writhed. I collapsed beside a mound of moss and wept without sound. When I opened my eyes, the mound was breathing. It pulsed beneath me, warm and wet. I rolled away, too weak to scream. As it split open, a face stared up. Mine, but twisted, changed, bark growing from the cheeks, thorns in the eyes. It whispered, "We are becoming." I crawled through mud and blood, each limb heavier than the last. The whisper followed me. "You are root. You are vessel." I vomited. What came up wasn't bile, but black seeds, twitching and gleaming like beetles. They burrowed into the soil. I couldn't stop them. A clearing opened before me. Circular, perfect, impossibly wide. In the center, the Marathorn horror, fully risen. Its form was fluid, shifting between beast, tree, corpse, and shadow. Its arms spread like branches, thorns dripping with venom that smoked where it touched the earth. It did not move. It waited. Something pulled me forward. I didn't resist. The forest parted, vines bowing low, as if honoring what I had become. The pain sharpened, became electric, divine. I stepped into the clearing and dropped the revolver. The creature reached toward me, not in violence, but invitation. Its claws pierced my chest. Slowly, lovingly, not to kill, to plant. I saw them. Every soul the Marathorn had consumed, not dead, changed, twisting in roots, speaking in leaves, burning in the stars above. Each one had a face, Each one smiled. My blood fed the ground. I felt it. Roots curling from my feet, burying into the soil, drinking the memory of sunlight. My arms split at the seams. Bark unfolded from beneath my skin. I did not scream. I bloomed. Eyes opened across my body. Mouths formed in my palms. The forest sang through me. In the last flicker of who I once was, I saw the truth. The silence wasn't the horror. It was the forest, holding its breath, waiting for me to return. I was always meant to. Now I wait in the hollowed tree, and smiling, ancient, the darkness is coming, and nothing can stop it. Story 4. The moonlight revealed truths better left hidden. It bled down through the branches in thin spectral lines, tracing pale veins across the forest floor, where old roots bulged like bones beneath rotting skin. The wind had long since died, but the leaves overhead still stirred faintly, rustling with a sound too measured to be natural, not the chaotic chatter of breeze-kissed branches, but something more deliberate, as though the trees themselves were whispering in an ancient tongue, their creaking joints echoing secrets only the dead were meant to hear. I stood just past the boundary stone, a half-sunken obelisk choked by moss and time, and watched the blood glisten. It was a delicate trail at first, thin as a drawn thread, but unmistakably crimson, the color of fresh injury, and yet somehow untouched by the decay and filth that had swallowed the rest of Nipmuc Forest. The soil around it was black with centuries of mulch and rot, slick from the recent rains, yet the blood shone like mercury in the moonlight, as if it had its own quiet power, its own mind. It wound between the trees like a beckoning finger, slipping deeper into the woods, toward a place not marked on any map, and absent from any of the official topographic surveys I had studied in my years of exile. I hesitated, just for a breath. The air was close, rank with the scent of standing water and decomposing vegetation, thick enough to coat the back of my throat. Beneath that, something sharper festered, the coppery edge of something fresh, the kind of smell you don't notice right away, because some ancient animal sense tells you to ignore it until it's too late. And beneath even that was something else entirely. A wet, fungal musk I couldn't place, like a cave left too long unvisited. Filled with lichen and old bones, the odor clung to the underbrush and saturated my clothes with each step. The trail continued. My boots sank slightly into the earth, the suction making soft kissing sounds as I moved past the gnarled remains of a wind-felled pine. The moon shifted behind a tangle of clouds, and for a moment, everything was shadow, all but the blood, which did not dim. It twisted onward, deeper, until it slipped beneath a dense thicket of bramble that rose from the forest floor like a black wave, frozen mid-crest. I had passed many such natural barricades in my career, but this one was different. There was a shape to it, a symmetry, and as I drew closer, I realized that the branches weren't merely tangled, they were woven like a gate. Every fiber of my training screamed at me to document the anomaly and retreat. But there was a pull at the base of my spine, a sensation like a thread tightening. I didn't think. I pressed my palm to the bramble and felt the cold pulse of something just beyond the reach of science. A rhythm, deep and slow, like a sleeping heartbeat. The thorns bit into my skin, not enough to draw blood, but enough to warn me. Still, I pushed through. The thicket yielded reluctantly, parting with a sound like wet fabric tearing. The blood trail grew wider here, more chaotic, splashed and smeared across exposed roots and hanging moss, as though something had struggled. Or perhaps several things. The trees loomed higher, but not in the way of natural growth. Their trunks were too narrow, their branches too long, curling downward like grasping fingers. The moon broke through again, and in its light I saw that the leaves above me were falling, not drifting, falling, straight down, like dead weight, in bursts of 5, then 7, then 5 again. I stopped and watched, heart hammering against my ribs. It repeated, 5, 7, 5. The pattern etched itself into the leaf litter around my boots, their edges curling inward as they landed, forming crude symbols I could not decipher. I told myself it was just coincidence, but the forest no longer sounded like a forest. The silence had returned, thicker now, an oppressive blanket that smothered the chirping of crickets, the distant rustle of deer. Even my own breath seemed hushed, absorbed by the trees before it could echo. Only the blood remained loud, shimmering on the path ahead, like a mocking grin. I moved forward. The darkness ahead was deeper. Not just the absence of light, but the presence of something else entirely. I could feel it at the edge of my awareness, a pressure behind my eyes and a ringing in my ears, faint and high-pitched, like the hum of a machine left on too long. My flashlight flickered the first time I tried to turn it on. The second time, it stayed off entirely, so I walked by moonlight, its beams fractured by the canopy into slivers that painted shifting shapes on every surface, shapes that moved when I wasn't looking. I found the first sign of a struggle, just past a hollowed-out stump, ancient and wide enough to crawl into. A shredded length of flannel, soaked and stiff with something dark, clung to a low branch. Below it, drag marks, deep ones, as though something heavy had been pulled along the path. No, not pulled, hauled. There was a violence to the motion etched into the earth, a fury in the furrows. Something else had come through here, and whatever it was, it hadn't gone willingly. I reached for my recorder out of habit, thumb grazing the switch, but when I pressed it, there was only static. No click, no beep. The screen glowed faintly, displaying only a single word scrawled in jagged pixels. Listen. I dropped it. Not out of fear, not yet, but because the silence had been broken. Something was breathing, not behind me, not ahead, beneath me. It was faint at first, masked by the squelch of the wet ground and the buzz still whispering in my ears. But it grew louder with every second I remained still. A moist, ragged inhale, then a pause, then another. Slower, It didn't match my breathing, or anything remotely human. It sounded ancient, labored, like lungs that had never been meant to hold air. Struggling to remember how, I stepped back. The blood glistened at my feet, and for the first time I noticed that it wasn't just a trail. It was forming shapes too, circles, spirals, the same symbols the leaves had tried to spell. I turned, slowly, afraid that sudden movement would snap the delicate thread of stillness, keeping whatever was beneath me asleep. But when I looked up, I saw something far worse than teeth, or claws, or movement. I saw eyes, dozens of them, perched in the trees, like dewdrops, reflecting the moonlight in perfect silence. They didn't blink, didn't move, just watched. And then the breathing stopped. Not because it had gone, because it had risen. The breathing had stopped. But the silence that followed was not empty. It was thick, almost viscous, pressing against my eardrums with a pressure that made my head feel submerged, as though I were sinking below the surface of some unseen lake. I didn't dare look down again. Not at the symbols coiled in blood, not at the place where the wet, gurgling breath had once been. I feared what I might see, or worse, what might see me. Instead, I looked at the trees, those crooked, gnarled sentinels with their bone-white bark and black-veined leaves, and the eyes that still lingered in their branches. They hadn't moved. But I knew they had seen me. I told myself they were just dewdrops, tricks of the light, warped reflections in globes of moisture. But the lie didn't hold. Dew didn't breathe. It didn't watch, and it didn't vanish all at once. The second I blinked, they were gone. I could feel them move, feel them scatter like a ripple through the canopy. Unseen but deeply sensed. A tingling that started in the roots of my teeth and worked its way down my spine. The branches swayed with no wind. Somewhere overhead, something snapped. I should have turned back. I should have run, but my legs didn't listen, and my curiosity, rotted though it was with fear and years of obsession, still gnawed its way through the reason that tried to take hold of me. Instead, I stepped further into the trees. Here, the forest changed. The ground sloped downward, subtle but relentless, and the roots no longer wound randomly through the soil. They followed lines, straight, symmetrical. The leaves no longer fell in chaotic spirals, but dropped one by one in intervals too precise to be natural, each one hitting the forest floor with a soft pat that echoed far too loudly. Then came the smell. It hit me like a warm breath, a suffocating wave of mildew, stagnant water, and something far more putrid, something that had rotted inside itself, a kind of internal decay. I'd only smelled once before, when a deep-sea specimen had ruptured on the table back at the lab, releasing a reek that refused to leave my skin for days. This was worse, older, hungrier. The blood trail was no longer a trail. It had become a swath, as though something large had been dragged here. No, not dragged, carried, ritualistically. There were no claw marks, no human footprints, No animal tracks, only the wide, wet smear of crimson across the mossy earth, bordered on either side by indentations, as if two things had slithered beside it, guarding its passage or escorting it. I crouched low, shining the backup light from my pack. It flickered weakly, sputtering through an oily haze I hadn't noticed before. The blood shimmered unnaturally in its beam, and beneath that surface gleam I saw movement, not liquid, not bugs, not ripples, but something else, a pulse. It throbbed, just once, enough to make the blood shift, as if reacting to my presence. The earth beneath it groaned. Quiet, but unmistakable. I stumbled back, stepping on a root that shouldn't have been there. It was warm, damp, and it twitched beneath my boot. My breath caught. Around me, the trees grew closer, not physically. No, I hadn't moved, but the way the shadows angled, the way the air pressed inward, it felt like the forest was contracting, like lungs filled too far and beginning to collapse. My flashlight died. My last link to artificial clarity flickered into darkness, and I was left with only the moonlight and the impossible patterns it carved through the canopy. The leaves above began to turn. I don't mean they shifted in the wind or changed color. They rotated in place, each one slowly spinning on its stem, synchronizing in a hypnotic dance that made my skin crawl. The effect was subtle at first, but I couldn't look away. Something about the motion pulled at the corners of my mind, whispering in a voice I couldn't hear but desperately wanted to understand. Then, from the corner of my eye, something moved. It slipped between two trees, a tall, wet silhouette, almost formless, but definitely humanoid, in the cruelest possible way. It had limbs too long, and a gait that defied motion, gliding without lifting itself. I turned, shining the dim light in its direction, but it vanished before the beam could catch it. In its place, the blood had deepened, thickened. The symbols were back, dozens now, scrawled into the forest floor, some etched with claws, others painted in more of that gleaming living blood. I recognized none of them, but I felt them. Each one hummed with a frequency that vibrated in my ribs. And then came the sound, a whisper. No, not a voice, not truly. It was the idea of a whisper, a suggestion that breathed directly into my thoughts. Not words, but pressure, urgency, need, and a direction. To my right, the trees formed a natural arc, bowed in submission to something older than the forest. Beneath it, the blood pooled thick and black, rippling as if disturbed from below. I should have left. Every instinct, every ounce of survival told me to turn around, to retrace my steps, to find the boundary stone and never return. But I moved forward, because I had seen something just beneath the surface, a reflection. It wasn't mine. Its eyes were where mine should be, but they were hollow, and its mouth was open, endlessly open, stretching down past its chin and into something else, something without form. It smiled at me, not kindly, not cruelly, just knowingly. The air around the arch felt warmer, not comforting, but feverish, oppressive. as if stepping into it would peel away something I hadn't realized I was wearing. My name felt distant in my memory, as though I'd left it behind somewhere between the thicket and the rot. Only one thought remained clear. I had to see the pond, not because of science, not because of Kimberly, but because it had already seen me, and it was waiting. The trees swallowed the path behind me. No sound, no shift in the wind, just a slow, inevitable collapse of space, like a door being shut without a hinge or handle. I didn't hear it close, but when I looked back, the arch was gone. So was the blood. So was everything but the trees, tall and oppressive, their bark darker now, glistening like oil, as if they had been sweating something foul in my absence. My sense of direction fractured. The compass I wore at my hip spun slowly, lazily, indifferent to logic. North no longer mattered. Nothing here obeyed the outside world's rules. I turned in place, slowly, and realized the forest had arranged itself differently. This was not memory playing tricks. Paths I'd already walked had vanished, replaced by ridges and gullies I hadn't seen before. The undergrowth had changed too. What once had been ferns and root-snared rocks were now tangles of pale, bulbous growths that pulsed faintly under the skin, like bloated ticks latched to the earth. I could hear them breathing. That same slow, sucking inhale I'd heard below the blood trail now emerged from the land itself. Wherever I stepped, the sound shifted slightly, as though the forest were adjusting its lungs to match mine. I found myself timing my own breaths against it, trying not to disturb its rhythm, not because I feared it waking, but because I feared what might wake with it. My journal was still with me, somehow dry. I opened it with shaking hands, the familiar weight of it grounding me for one brief heartbeat. The pages had changed. My notes were still there. The symbols I'd drawn, the leaf patterns, the sketches of pond structures I'd theorized from blurry photos and folklore, but now there were new pages filled with ink I hadn't written, sharp lines, fluid marks. They slanted like ribs or teeth or antennae. I didn't understand them, but I recognized their purpose. They weren't information. They were instructions, and they led to water. I kept walking, though the forest floor became more treacherous. The trees grew closer together here, forcing me sideways between them, like I was slipping between ribs. The air thickened with heat and humidity, clinging to my face like wet gauze. My clothes were damp, not with sweat or rain, but something colder, like condensation in a closed tomb. Every few steps I heard something behind me. A scuffle, a sigh, the faint scrape of something soft being dragged. I never turned around. There were things behind me. I knew that now, things with patience. The land dipped again, the soil becoming soft and sponge-like, swallowing my boots past the ankle. With each heavy step, water was near. I could smell it now, rank and thick, laced with algae and ancient decay. The scent of something long stagnant and recently disturbed. The foliage around me began to change again. No longer leaves, but fronds, strange membranous things that curled inward when touched. One brushed my wrist and left a faint shimmer behind, like mucus or pollen. It itched, burned, then stopped. The itching didn't return, but the shimmer never faded. At the bottom of the slope, the trees parted, not with violence, not like something had crashed through, but with reverence. They stood tall and wide, angled outward as if bowing to something sacred or something feared. I stepped between them and saw the pond. It was worse than I imagined. Not wide, perhaps 30 feet across, but still black, utterly lightless, with no reflection of the moon or stars. The surface did not ripple. It pulsed, not water, but something water-like, gelatinous. The smell was unbearable up close. A cocktail of wet stone, spoiled meat, and the metallic sting of open wounds around the pond's edge. The soil had been disturbed, not freshly, but often, frequently. Trails led in every direction, some shallow, others deep grooves, like heavy bodies had been dragged into the pond again and again, or out. I knelt at the bank, unable to resist. Not because I wanted to study it. Science had long since fled this place, but because something called to me from beneath the surface. Not a voice, not an idea, a presence. It reached upward, like a hand pressed to the underside of glass. Not touching, not yet, but soon. I drew a sample with trembling fingers. The vial fogged instantly, and the fluid inside writhed, alive with motes of light. I sealed it quickly. But even sealed, the glass grew hot, then cold, then warmer again, as if the thing inside were testing its boundaries. And then the first ripple came, small, deliberate, not wind. There was no wind. The surface quivered, split, and something breached. Just a glimpse, just a sliver, a limb perhaps. Slender, pale, webbed, it coiled upward, sensing, then slipped silently back beneath the surface. I did not breathe. The pond began to hum, not a sound, not truly a frequency, a vibration. I felt in the marrow of my teeth and the pits of my eyes. It pulled me closer, not physically, but spiritually, mentally, drawing my focus so tightly, I barely noticed the shapes gathering at the edges of the clearing. Figures, tall, slender, vaguely human, limbs too long, eyes all wrong, watching, and just like the blood trail before, they shimmered in the moonlight. Not red, not silver, but something between, something that hurt to look at. They stood motionless. No breath, no sound, just presence. I tried to back away, but my legs no longer belonged to me. The pond's pull had rooted me. I could feel tendrils, imagined or otherwise, brushing my ankles from below, tasting, testing. The water broke again, and something looked at me. It didn't blink. It had no eyelids that I could see. Just two glistening bulbs, the color of storm water. Each one swirled with tendrils of deeper black, as if ink had been dropped into an ocean and trapped behind glass. The thing that had risen from the pond regarded me not with malice, nor hunger, but with something far worse: recognition. I had not met it before. Not truly. But it knew me. Not my name. Not my face, but the shape of me. The blueprint of what I was beneath the skin and memory. It knew what I had buried, what I had abandoned, what I had become. And still, it waited. The figures in the trees did not move, though the moonlight now traced their limbs in too much detail. Flesh too slack, too thin. Some had skin that shimmered like the water. Others none at all, just blackened sinew over bleached bone. One of them, taller than the rest, had a mouth that never closed. It stretched vertically down its torso, a wide red seam lined with twitching filaments, each one swaying faintly as if sniffing the air for my breath. I turned back to the water. The pond thing had not sunk. It loomed half-submerged, as if waiting for permission to rise. Only a head and a single elongated arm showed, its slick, mucus-drenched hand splayed on the surface of the pond like a spider on glass. No ripples spread from its contact. The water was not water. It held form like flesh, and I felt it enter me. Not physically. No touch, no breach of skin, but something shifted in my perception. A new sense, uncoiled like a tumor blooming behind my eyes. Suddenly, I could feel the weight of the pond, not its mass, but its history, its gravity. Time moved differently here. It hadn't passed since I arrived, not truly. I remembered the journal. Fingers fumbling, I opened it to the page where the unknown ink had spread, only to find that the writing had evolved. The ribs and antennae of the earlier script had thickened, filled with branching lines that now resembled trees, roots, or veins. The patterns throbbed faintly on the page. As I stared, the symbols shifted, slowly resolving into something I could almost read. A name, not mine, not anyone's I knew, but it belonged to the thing in the pond. The page whispered it. Syllables older than language, dry and gurgling in my throat. As I tried to repeat them aloud, I managed only a fragment before my tongue revolted, and my vision smeared at the edges, but that was enough. The mire crawler heard it. It rose slowly, deliberately, emerging from the pond, like a statue pulled from the depths of some sunken cathedral. Its body was long and boneless, coiled in sections like a serpent, but with the semblance of limbs barely formed. Vestigial hints of humanity drowned in its design. Patches of flesh slowed from its form like jellyfish torn apart by currents, but never reached the ground. The pieces simply hung there, caught in the air, suspended in a place time refused to move. The watchers in the trees stepped forward, not all at once, not hurriedly. Each one moved a single foot forward, then stopped, as though obeying some ancient rhythm, a ceremony, a rite. They weren't coming to me. They were escorting it, forming a circle, not to contain, but to witness. My hands moved without instruction. I don't remember standing, but I was standing. I don't remember walking, but I was closer to the water's edge now, toes inches from the black mass, breath short and shallow, lungs unsure if they wanted air or stillness. The pond reached toward me, not with limbs, not physically, but through sensation. My memories stuttered. Faces blurred, names faded. Only sounds remained, voices I hadn't heard in decades, screams I hadn't heard at all. My sister's voice, whispering. I fell to my knees, not in surrender, not yet, but in recognition. The mirror crawler was not just a thing. It was a place, a reservoir of grief and guilt, bloated with the weight of those who'd looked too long into the pond. It hadn't made me come here. It didn't need to. I'd brought myself. The journal snapped shut. Not by my hand. It vibrated with such violence. It leapt from my grip and landed spine up in the mud. Pages fanning like wings before slamming shut. The watchers froze. Even the trees seemed to hold their breath. And the mirror crawler spoke. It had no mouth. The sound did not come from the air. It bloomed inside my skull. A wet, burbling language that didn't use words so much as feelings scraped raw. I felt its desire, its purpose, its hunger, but most of all, I felt its loneliness. The pond was not a prison. It was a womb, and I was a key. The creatures around me began to hum, not with sound but with vibration, each of them emitting a low-frequency shudder that passed through the ground and into my bones. My teeth ached, my joints throbbed. The shimmer on my skin from the plant's touch earlier had begun to crawl. It was no longer a stain. It was spreading. Veins of silver light traced under my skin like roots, branching from my wrist to my shoulder, then down to my chest. It didn't hurt. Not yet. But it felt wrong, as if something sacred inside me had been rewritten by fears. Still, I could not look away. The pond's surface parted one final time, and I saw below it not reflections, not silt or algae or decay, but faces, hundreds, thousands, some screaming, some watching, some weeping, all suspended in the gelid blackness, trapped in layers like insects in amber, and somewhere among them, half dissolved but unmistakable, was my own. It smiled. I couldn't scream, not because of fear, though that was there, deep and clawing, but because my throat refused to open. The muscles had frozen, locked in some primal refusal. My body recognized something my mind hadn't yet accepted. This place did not welcome sound, not the kind made by the living. The smile in the pond. My smile lingered beneath the surface, twisting faintly as though distorted by slow-moving oil. It was not my face in full, but the suggestion of it, pale and staring, layered among the others, like some perverse tapestry of the damned. It was impossible, irrational, but I felt it watching me, waiting for me to acknowledge it. I took a step back. The soil did not give. Instead, it gripped me. My boots sank with a slow, greedy resistance, and I realized I was no longer standing on earth, but on a soft, membranous mass that had risen just beneath the surface. Each step made a faint sucking sound, as though I were treading on the skin of some slumbering creature. The watchers stood motionless, But now their heads turned to follow me, all at once, all in perfect unison. No breath, no blink, just a low, almost imperceptible hiss, like mist against stone. The trees around the clearing began to shift, not sway. Not with wind, they moved with intent, bending at the tops and twisting inward to form a spiraling canopy. The moonlight that had once bathed the clearing now filtered down in thin, unnatural shafts, cutting through the darkness like bone shards. The shadows that formed were too sharp, too deliberate, creating patterns on the ground that resembled runes or wounds. Leaves began to fall, but they didn't drift. They plummeted, cutting through the air in jagged, precise lines, their edges whispering as they passed, hissing phrases I couldn't understand, but felt beneath my skin. Each leaf landed with a sound like glass on tile. None touched me, but all fell in a ring around my feet, forming a circle, an enclosure. One leaf landed on the journal. The cover burst open. Pages flared, scattering wildly in a burst of air that didn't come from any natural wind. They rose like birds startled from their perch, swirling around me, each one now inked with symbols, variations of the name I had spoken. That broken word, that syllable of ancient calling, had imprinted itself across every page, and from those glyphs, light bled, soft, sickly, a green so pale it looked gray. The light bathed the pond. The mirror crawler responded. It rose higher, not quickly, never quickly, but of the patience of tides and tectonics. Its form was clearer now, revealed in full above the black gel of the water, a torso, if it could be called that, riddled with pore-like orifices that blinked open and shut. A cascade of spined tendrils slithered from its back, reaching skyward, twitching like the legs of insects freshly hatched. I couldn't look away. My skin crawled with the shimmer that had spread, now fully threaded through my veins. My right arm glowed faintly beneath my sleeve. I peeled the fabric back. My flesh had begun to change. The skin was translucent in places, webbed with thin structures like cartilage, slick and pulsing with warmth. When I pressed a finger to it, it yielded too easily, like the surface of a blister. I vomited. The bile hissed as it hit the leaves. Steam rose. The watchers tilted their heads in unison, and one of them took another step forward. It was the tall one, the one with the vertical mouth down its chest. Its body glistened with moisture, as though it had only recently emerged from somewhere wet and unseen. It made no sound as it walked, but wherever its feet touched, the ground wilted, moss blackened, roots shriveled, life retreated. It extended a hand toward me. Long fingers, too many joints, nails like teeth. In its palm, something pulsed. Not a heart, too small. Not an eye, too veined. It looked like a seed, but wrong, squirming, wrapped in a thin sack of translucent membrane that bulged with movement. It offered it to me, hand steady, body motionless. I stepped back again. The circle of leaves resisted. They rose, like blades, thin, sharp edges biting into my ankles, not deeply, yet, but enough to remind me that there was no escape from the circle I now stood in. The offering remained outstretched. Behind the creature, the mirror crawler exhaled. The sound was deep, subterranean, like a vent opening in the floor of the world. Steam curled from the surface of the pond. The watchers stepped back. The clearing quieted, and in that silence, I heard her voice again. Kimberly, not a whisper this time, not imagined, clear. Real, my sister. My dead sister. The seed in the creature's palm pulsed once more, and then it spoke. Not in my voice, in hers. It was her voice, but it was not her. My sister had never spoken with that patience, that knowing stillness, like the weight of something ancient trying on a new mask. When we were children, her voice was light, unruly, often rising with laughter or mischief, even in the face of our mother's cold silence. But this tone was slow, rounded by rot and wisdom, every syllable pregnant with memory I had never shared. Kimberly, it said again, and the seed twitched in the thing's palm. The watchers bowed their heads. All at once, the one with the open chest mouth stayed still. Its fingers curled slightly, holding that squirming sack like it was sacred. I felt an urge. No, a command to reach out. The seed pulsed in rhythm with my breath. My lungs tightened. For one stupid second, I believed that if I just touched it, if I just took it, the voice would return, clearer, and my sister, whatever remained, might explain, might forgive me. I clenched my fist, but my body didn't obey. My arm lifted, slow, mechanical, as if pulled by puppet strings, knotted into muscle and tendon. I screamed inside. My mouth still refused to open. The forest would not allow it. My hand drew closer, and as it did, I could see within the seed, not a heart, not an eye, but a memory. My memory, a flickering image, murky and bruised with age. A girl no older than 7, running through autumn leaves, her face smeared with blood that wasn't hers, a hand reaching, a fall. The scene stuttered, replayed. Each loop added clarity, added shame. I felt the edge of the seed against my fingers. It was soft, quivering, like a bubble ready to burst. The membrane stretched, whispering against my skin with the voice of wet silk. The thing in the open chest exhaled, not through lungs, but through its seams, its body sighing with anticipation. And that's when something snapped, not inside me. Not yet. In the woods. A crack, not of branch or bark, but of space, like the air itself, had been torn. The watchers shuddered. The circle faltered. Shadows, long and spidery, twisted at the edge of the clearing, flailing against the pale shafts of moonlight that now flickered like dying lamps. A wind came, not from above or around, but from below, pulling with it the scent of brine and old blood, sharp enough to burn the back of my throat. The seed dropped. It hit the ground with a soft squelch, sinking into the membrane-like soil, which shivered and began to peel apart, unraveling like rotting fabric from beneath. Something rose, another body. This one was human. Mostly, it was nude, slick with pond slime, eyes wide and milky, limbs too long, skin taut as paper over brittle bones. But the face, dear God, the face was mine. No expression, just that same placid smile I had seen beneath the pond, warped now by the contours of muscle that didn't know how to hold it. The voice spoke again, not from the new figure, but from all around me. "You buried me," it said, softer now, sadder, and I remembered not all of it, just pieces. The way trauma comes in flashes, jagged and loud, then quiet and hollow. My sister's fall, the edge of the pond, her breath bubbling where it shouldn't have. My silence afterward, the lies I told, the body we never found. The forest had swallowed her, and somehow she had rooted here, beneath all this rot and secrecy, or something had found her essence and twisted it into a lure, a mimic, a parasite, draped in familiarity. The double Kimberly took a step forward. Its feet did not make sound. Its hands hung limply, but its eyes, blank as river stone, locked with mine. And I felt the pull, not physical, ancestral. It was reaching for the part of me that still longed to make things right, to undo, to save. The watchers began to chant, not with voices, with motion, each one vibrating subtly, shifting weight in perfect time, creating a rhythm in the air that hummed against my skin. The shimmer crawling through my veins pulsed faster. My chest ached. My vision stuttered. The pond was boiling now, bubbles rising thick and fast, spewing up, not steam but screams, muffled, stretched, barely human. Names rose with them, fragments of identity, fractured beyond recognition. A second me stood in front of me, and behind her, beyond her, the mire crawler began to split. Its body peeled open like wet paper, revealing a cavity filled with spires of bone and glistening membranes. Something was being born, or remade. I turned to run. My legs obeyed this time, but the forest did not. Each tree twisted to face me. Roots rose like fingers to trip and bind. Branches extended to snag my arms, whispering secrets I was never meant to know. Every breath I took came with the taste of rot and memory. Still I ran. Still I fled. Behind me, the watchers screamed in their silent way. The double Kimberly followed. Not fast, not urgent, just certain. The forest was no longer still. It hungered, and somewhere, impossibly far, yet undeniably near, I heard the leaves fall once more, in perfect fatal symmetry. It wasn't just pursuit. It was possession. The forest didn't chase me with teeth or claws. It chased with memory, with guilt, with familiarity. Every step I took deeper into Nipmuc felt like retracing a path I'd never known I'd walked. I was sure now the woods had grown around me, not the other way around. Branches reached, roots swelled, leaves continued to fall, each one a perfect spiral, each one landing too deliberately. They didn't descend randomly, but arranged themselves into crude curling symbols, glyphs. They formed a trail of intent, a path written in prophecy. I didn't know where I was anymore. The clearing and the watchers were gone, swallowed behind an impossible density of brush and shadow. Only the screaming pond remained. Somewhere behind, now distant and muted, like a memory I'd stuffed in a drawer. The trees here were older, black-barked and wide as cottages. Their bark wept a thick sap that shimmered silver-green in the moonlight, bleeding from knots shaped like knuckles. I stumbled into a narrow hollow, a slight dip in the terrain where the air turned cold, not brisk, but hollow, like the atmosphere in a tomb. The sounds of the forest thinned here. Even the crickets had gone silent. My foot caught on something. Bone, not just one. An entire pattern of bones. Animal, human, I couldn't tell, all bleached white and arranged into a lattice that spread outward like the petals of some malignant flower. Each fragment had been carved, tiny lines, repeating marks. "Welcome back," said a voice. Not a my sister's this time. A man, raspy. Too calm. I froze. He stood at the edge of the hollow, half lit by a shaft of crooked moonlight that cut through the canopy. He wore a long canvas coat, stained and waterlogged, and his beard was knotted with bits of moss. One eye was missing. In its place, a glimmering black stone pulsed faintly. "You should have burned the journal," he said, stepping closer, boots crunching on bone. "Should've let her rest." I couldn't move. The cold had turned solid. "Name's Ellis," he said. "Caretaker, witness, fool, mostly." His voice trembled just slightly. On the last word, I saw the glint of something slung over his back. An old spade, notched and rusted. His arms bore marks, symbols, same as those from the leaves. "She came to you too early," he muttered. "You're not ready yet, not hollow enough." I finally found my voice, though it came rough. "My sister. What the hell is this place? What is she?" Ellis tilted his head, listening to something I couldn't hear. The forest seemed to breathe around him. "Jizz what's left," he said simply. "What they made from what you left behind." And then he did something that terrified me, more than any creature I'd seen. He wept, not loud, not messy. Silent tears that cut pale streaks through the grime on his face. He dropped to his knees, hands gripping the soil like he was praying. "She was the first I tried to bring back," he whispered. The words hit me like a gut punch. "She wasn't alone in that water," he continued. "The pond, it doesn't just drown. It remembers, rebuilds, consumes." My knees buckled. I sat among the bones. "I don't want this," I said. "I just wanted to know the truth. He looked up, one eye full of sorrow. "Truths, the first thing they take from you. Suddenly, a sound, wet and close. We both turned. From the tree line behind Ellis, something was coming, slow, rhythmic, heavy slaps of flesh against bark, a dragging hissy, and a smell like algae left to rot in the belly of a dead animal. The mirror crawler. Ellis stood. You brought it with you. I didn't mean to. You don't mean anything out here, he growled, and without another word, he struck the ground with his spade. Sparks flared. A sudden ring of fire igniting from a hidden circle of fuel and ash. The flames licked high, forming a crude barrier around us. It can't cross, he muttered. Not for now. Beyond the flame. The shadows thickened. I saw it then, not the full shape, but the outline, lurching, hunched, limbs that dragged like vestigial growths. Its surface was slick, not with water, but mucus, like a toad dredged from centuries of decay. And behind it, her, my sister's likeness, walking slow, steady, eyes vacant, her mouth opened too wide, stretching skin and tendon, and she screamed, not with her voice, but mine. Ellis clutched my arm. We can't run anymore, he said. We go deeper. There's nowhere left, I said. There is, he whispered. The hollow path. I didn't ask what that meant. I didn't want to know, but I followed him anyway, because the fire was dying, and the forest was still hungry. The hollow path was not marked. There were no signs, no broken branches or cairns, no worn grooves carved by boots over time. It was a direction, not a place. A pull, more than a trail. I felt it beneath my feet, in the subtle shifts of the soil, like some great buried heart, gently beating, guiding me forward through pulse alone. Ellis walked ahead, his gait uneven, slowed by years of dread. The flickering fire wed, left behind, dwindled into memory, and the sounds of pursuit, the scrape of the mirror crawler, the mimicry of my own scream, drifted farther away. But I knew they hadn't stopped. They were simply waiting. The forest here turned quieter, not with peace, but suppression. The silence was too perfect, too sterile. Even our footfalls made no noise. My breathing felt like blasphemy, each inhale rattling loud in my chest. Their bark was no longer brown or black, but pallid, gray-white, and textured like old flesh. Insects, long dead ones, hung preserved in the sap, twitching gently in the amber as if dreaming. Ellis raised a hand. I froze. He knelt, brushing aside a blanket of pale moss to reveal a hole, perfectly round, exactly shoulder-wide. The soil around it had collapsed inward in concentric circles, as if something had spiraled down into the earth over and over, deeper each time. The hollow path begins here, he said, voice hoarse. That's not a path, I replied. That's a grave. He didn't argue. Instead, he pulled a rusted lantern from his pack and struck it to life. The flame inside burned green, not vividly, not brightly, but with a sick glow that refused to flicker. He passed it to me. "You hold this," he said. "It won't light the way, but it'll show you what not to step on." "What happens if it goes out?" Ellis didn't answer. He climbed in first, feet vanishing, followed by legs, then torso. The tunnel swallowed him like a throat. When he was gone, his voice echoed up once more, muffled and distant. "Don't hesitate." The lantern pulsed in my hand. The air around the hole smelled of mold and something coppery, like pennies crushed between teeth. I breathed once, and then dropped in. The tunnel was wet, not from water, but from condensation that clung to the walls in a greasy film. The texture was loathsome, spongy yet rigid, almost organic. I crawled. The lantern lit small details. Bones fused into the dirt, carvings etched into the very walls, and veins, real veins, purple and red, some beating faintly, others pulsing with the rhythm of something vast and sleeping. I don't know how long we crawled. Time turned elastic. There were no turns, no forks, just a steady descent. My knees bled, my fingers cramped, and all the while, the light of the lantern revealed flashes I wanted to forget. A ring my mother's embedded in the wall, the gold warped and screaming, a picture of me as a child, one eye scratched out, a whisper in my sister's voice saying my name backwards over and over. Then the tunnel opened. I fell, hard, into a vast underground chamber, lit by no visible source. The walls shimmered faintly with wetness, and the ground was covered in hair-thin roots that recoiled when stepped on. Above us, the ceiling pulsed like a lung. I could hear Ellis breathing beside me. We were not alone. In the center of the chamber stood a tree, if it could be called that. It was a trunk, thick and swollen, formed not of wood, but of limbs, arms, legs, torsos, fused and coiled together like ivy. Faces protruded from the surface in frozen expressions of agony or rapture. The branches were antlers, dozens of them, each one twitching slightly, like insect antennae, and from the roots, that same green light bled upward. "The womb," Ellis whispered. "The heart of the hollow." The tree pulsed, a low sound, deep as tectonic grind, rolled through the chamber. My skin broke into gooseflesh. The lantern flickered. From the base of the tree, a slit opened. A vertical maw, slick and ringed with teeth that weren't for chewing, but birthing. Ellis dropped to his knees again. This is where she was taken, where they gave her form again. "It wants you now." "Why me?" I asked. He looked at me, one eye and one stone, and said, "Because you remember, and it feeds on memory." From the slit, a shape began to emerge. It was human at first, the frail, glistening, curled like a fetus, but as it unfolded, it grew wrong. Joints bent backwards, the mouth extended too wide. It shed skin as it rose, sloughing off identities like old coats, and when it finally stood tall, its eyes locked on mine. Not my sister, not me. Something between. "I am what you buried," it said, and the lantern died. Darkness didn't fall. It spread, blooming outward from the dead lantern like ink in water. The moment its last sick green glow winked out, the chamber collapsed into suffocating black, and for a long, stretched instant, all I could hear was breath. Mine, ragged and high, and Ellis, low and broken like wind through cracked glass. But then, another breath joined us. It came not from lungs, but from everywhere at once. The chamber inhaled and the air recoiled, tugging at hair and clothing, drawing sweat into cold rivulets down my neck. Something warm and wet brushed against my ankle. Not a hand, not a limb, a tongue. I tried to move. My limbs wouldn't obey. My body felt suspended, like I had been threaded into the atmosphere of this place. No longer separate, no longer contained. I saw nothing, but I felt everything. The breathing grew rhythmic, in then out, and with each cycle, the air became thicker, sludgier, filled with scents, so ancient they defied understanding. Spoiled milk, open graves, wet stone, my grandmother's perfume. Ellis muttered something beside me. I reached for his voice, grasped blindly, and my hand found only fabric, damp, shredded. He was gone. Then came the voices, not screams, not whispers, a chorus. They spoke in unison, low and constant, layered over one another, like chanting from inside a cathedral made of bone. They did not speak to me. They spoke through me. My thoughts stopped being mine. Flashes filled my mind. Fire licking over water. A woman's eyes in a jar. A map drawn in blood and folded into a dead man's mouth. I tried to resist, but the hollow path has no end, only depth, and I was still falling. Light returned, but not the lantern, no flame. Instead, veins in the walls pulsed back to life, casting a dim bioluminescence across the chamber. I saw the tree again, its faces now moving, mouths open and gasping as if breathing for the first time. Eyes rolled beneath translucent lids. A fresh root uncoiled and slithered toward me. The shape that had emerged from the maw stood just feet away. It was me, but wrong, hair limp and wet, joints swollen and twitching, eyes vast and bottomless, skin too thin, the veins beneath black instead of red. It mimicked my every breath, my posture, even my hesitation. It smiled when I didn't. "I am what you forgot," it said. It stepped forward. "Every lie you told yourself. Every time you said it wasn't your fault." I backed away. The tree groaned, the sound echoing like whale song underground. Roots shifted. I stepped on something brittle, bone again, but fresh. "You left her," the thing said. "I tried to save her. You tried to escape." It lunged, but instead of pain, I felt a ripping. A part of me peeled away. Not flesh, but memory. I saw myself, younger, soaking wet, on the shore of the pond, hands shaking, my sister screaming behind me, her face just beneath the surface, bubbles bursting like firecrackers, and I turned. I ran, The realization shattered something inside me. I fell to my knees. The mimic me leaned close, its breath hot and sulphurous. You gave her to the mire. It remembered. The chamber darkened again. But this time, the shadows moved. They writhed, folded inward, like petals. The tree's bark cracked and bled. The antler branches twisted toward the ceiling. From the maw, another shape began to crawl forth. Ellis, but changed. Hollowed. His skin was stretched thin over jagged bone. His eyes had become two small mouths, whispering in tandem. He didn't speak. He simply opened his mouth, and a black ichor spilled out onto the roots. The floor began to pulse. The walls bent inward. The hollow path was collapsing, or giving birth. I don't want this, I whispered. The mimic me tilted its head. But you came. I stood, legs trembling. I came for her. For the truth. The faces in the tree screamed all at once. And then I ran, bunning upward, toward the narrowing tunnel, toward air, toward anything that wasn't this. Behind me, the hollow wailed, its newborn howling with betrayal and hunger. Roots lashed at my heels. The chamber tried to birth me, to consume me, to make me part of it. But I ran, and the shadows followed. The tunnel did not want to let me go. It narrowed with every breath, walls sloughing off wet sheets of bark and flesh, closing in like a throat refusing to release what it had swallowed. I clawed upward on hands torn open, knees scraping bone, lungs screaming. The air grew thin and slick with rot, an atmosphere soured by the forest's womb, laced with the scent of blood and old weeping bark. The hollow path pulsed behind me, slower now, heavier, as if it knew its time had passed, but still refused to let its child flee. Roots chased me, whispering in voices no longer mine. They coiled around memory, pulling at my thoughts, trying to anchor me with guilt so thick it congealed. But guilt was lighter than truth, and truth was what I had seen. I emerged with a scream, not of fear, but exertion, as the tunnel spat me out into a clearing that did not exist on any map. The stars above were wrong, strewn into impossible constellations, flickering as if suspended in water. The trees stood in a perfect ring around the clearing, motionless, too symmetrical to be natural. And in the center was the pond, still, glossy, perfect. It hadn't aged. It hadn't moved. It hadn't even noticed time. But I had. I stood, shaking, and watched as the surface of the water rippled, not from wind, but from something beneath. And then she rose, my sister, or what was left. Her hair drifted in strands that moved independently, each one behaving like an organism. Her skin shimmered with the thin film of the forest's memory, and her eyes were dark with knowing. But she smiled, and it was her smile. Kim, she said, and I shattered. My knees gave. I fell to the moss-soft ground, barely able to lift my face. I wanted to say I was sorry, I wanted to say I had come back. I wanted to say that she was real, and that all of this had been worth it. But my voice had stayed behind, somewhere in the hollow, buried among bones and truth. She approached slowly, each step a ripple in the ground itself. The trees leaned inward. She knelt. Her hands, slick and cold, touched my cheeks. I expected pain. I expected rot, but what I felt was grief, purer than I'd ever known it. Grief so dense it became solid, wrapped in memory and regret. They made me from what you left behind, she whispered, and Denor. I understood. She was no longer my sister. She was what the forest believed she was, what I had remembered of her. Guilt-stained and altered, she was the echo I had fed with every lie I told myself about that night. The night I let go. The night I ran. I tried to forget. I whispered, voice hoarse. She nodded. And I remembered for you. She leaned close. Her mouth brushed my ear. But it's your turn now. The shadows surged. They poured from the trees, sliding across the ground in patterns that made no sense. Circles that curled inward into themselves. Fractal glyphs that shifted as you looked at them, changing meaning depending on your guilt. The leaves fell again, not gently, but in sudden staccato bursts, each one slamming to the earth with the weight of a verdict. They arranged into messages, my name, my sins. The phrase, it knows. The pond rippled. The mirror crawler emerged, not as a creature, but as an inevitability. It did not crawl. It rose, coalescing from the mud and filth, rising in slow, terrible dignity, eyes like holes in reality, a body that dripped not water but recollection, visions of those it had claimed flickering across its surface. I stood, not because I was brave, but because I was known. The forest knew me now. Entirely, the hollow had eaten everything I'd hidden. My secrets, my escapes, my carefully layered stories, peeled away and laid bare. I had nothing left but truth. The creature halted. The forest waited. My sister, the memory of her, looked into my eyes, and I saw no accusation, only release. I remember I said aloud. The words struck like lightning. The leaves burst upward in a cyclone. The ground split, the trees screamed, and the mirror crawler collapsed inward, sucked back into the pond like ink into a drain. My sister smiled. Then she vanished, not crumbled, not pulled, just gone. The pond stilled, and the forest exhaled. I stood in silence. For what could have been minutes or years, the stars began to right themselves. The air warmed, the trees relaxed. But I didn't move. I couldn't, because I wasn't sure who I was anymore. Eventually, I walked. The trail reformed in front of me, just enough for me to pass. No roots lashed out, no whispers followed. But as I reached the edge of Nipmuc, as the moonlight poured down through thinning branches, I saw one final message in the leaves. You ran, and I understood something I hadn't before. I still was, because the shadows weren't behind me anymore. They were inside, and they would never stop following.